Keep your eyes on the stars, and your feet on the ground. Do what you can, with what you have, where you are. Speak softly and carry a big stick, you will go far. Far better is it to dare mighty things, to win glorious triumphs, even though checkered by failure, than to rank with those poor spirits who neither enjoy nor suffer much, because they live in a gray twilight that knows not victory nor defeat. If you could kick the person in the pants responsible for most of your trouble, you wouldn't sit for a month. In any moment of decision, the best thing you can do is the right thing, the next best thing is the wrong thing, and the worst thing you can do is nothing. Far and away the best prize that life has to offer is the chance to work hard at work worth doing. To educate a man in mind and not in morals is to educate a menace to society. Nobody cares how much you know, until they know how much you care. Every immigrant who comes here should be required within 5 years to learn English or leave the country. The government is us, we are the government, you and I. Our surest protection against assault from abroad has been not all our guards, gates and guns, or even our 2 oceans, but our essential goodness as a people. Our richest asset has been not our material wealth but our values. It is only through labor and painful effort, by grim energy and resolute courage, that we move on to better things. Great thoughts speak only to the thoughtful mind, but great actions speak to all mankind. We can have no 50-50 allegiance in this country. Either a man is an American and nothing else, or he is not an American at all. A thorough knowledge of the Bible is worth more than a college education. I care not what others think of what I do, but I care very much about what I think of what I do. That is character. For unflagging interest and enjoyment, a household of children, if things go reasonably well, certainly all other forms of success and achievement lose their importance by comparison. Behind the ostensible government sits enthroned an invisible government owing no allegiance and acknowledging no responsibility to the people. To destroy this invisible government, to befoul the unholy alliance between corrupt business and corrupt politics is the first task of the statesmanship of today. 9/10 of wisdom is being wise in time. The only time you really live fully is from 30 to 60. The young are slaves to dreams, the old servants of regrets. Only the middle-aged have all their 5 senses in the keeping of their wits. The unforgivable crime is soft hitting. Do not hit at all if it can be avoided, but never hit softly. I am a part of everything that I have read. I am a part of everything that I have read. I am a part of everything that I have read. The most practical kind of politics is the politics of decency. The only man who never makes a mistake is the man who never does anything. A vote is like a rifle, its usefulness depends upon the character of the user. The best executive is one who has sense enough to pick good people to do what he wants done, and self-restraint enough to keep from meddling with them while they do it. No people is wholly civilized where a distinction is drawn between stealing an office and stealing a purse. The human body has two ends on it, one to create with and one to sit on. Sometimes people get their ends reversed. When this happens, they need a kick in the seat of the pants. When you are asked if you can do a job, tell them, "Certainly I can." Then get busy and find out how to do it. The first requisite of a good citizen in this republic of ours is that he shall be able and willing to pull his own weight. When you play, play hard. When you work, don't play at all. To announce that there must be no criticism of the president is morally treasonable to the American public. I don't pity any man who does hard work worth doing. I admire him. I pity the creature who does not work, at whichever end of the social scale he may regard himself as being. Get action. Seize the moment. Man was never intended to become an oyster. Appraisals are where you get together with your team leader and agree what an outstanding member of the team you are, how much your contribution has been valued, what massive potential you have, and, in recognition of all this, would you mind having your salary halved? The things that will destroy America are prosperity at any price, peace at any price, safety first instead of duty first, the love of soft living, and the get-rich-quick theory of life. The most important single ingredient in the formula of success is knowing how to get along with people. The man who loves other countries as much as his own stands on a level with the man who loves other women as much as he loves his own wife. Big jobs usually go to the men who prove their ability to outgrow small ones. The boy who is going to make a great man must not make up his mind merely to overcome 1,000 obstacles, but to win in spite of 1,000 repulses and defeats. There has never yet been a man in our history who led a life of ease whose name is worth remembering. Germany has reduced savagery to a science, and this great war for the victorious peace of justice must go on until the German cancer is cut clean out of the world body. Never throughout history has a man who lived a life of ease left a name worth remembering. The one thing I want to leave my children is an honorable name. I am only an average man, but, by George, I work harder at it than the average man. A typical vice of American politics is the avoidance of saying anything real on real issues. I think there is only one quality worse than hardness of heart, and that is softness of head. Obedience of the law is demanded, not asked as a favor. Absence and death are the same, only that in death there is no suffering. A man who has never gone to school may steal from a freight car, but if he has a university education, he may steal the whole railroad. It is hard to fail, but it is worse never to have tried to succeed. If there is not the war, you don't get the great general. If there is not a great occasion, you don't get a great statesman. If Lincoln had lived in a time of peace, no one would have known his name. No man is worth his salt who is not ready at all times to risk his well-being, to risk his body, to risk his life, in a great cause. Leave it as it is. The ages have been at work on it and man can only mar it. No man is above the law and no man is below it, nor do we ask any man's permission when we ask him to obey it. Courtesy is as much a mark of a gentleman as courage. It is difficult to make our material condition better by the best law, but it is easy enough to ruin it by bad laws. Rhetoric is a poor substitute for action, and we have trusted only to rhetoric. If we are really to be a great nation, we must not merely talk, we must act big. When they call the roll in the Senate, the senators do not know whether to answer present or not guilty. People ask the difference between a leader and a boss. The leader leads, and the boss drives. Order without liberty and liberty without order are equally destructive. A man who is good enough to shed his blood for the country is good enough to be given a square deal afterwards. It behooves every man to remember that the work of the critic is of altogether secondary importance, and that, in the end, progress is accomplished by the man who does things. Probably the greatest harm done by vast wealth is the harm that we of moderate means do ourselves when we let the vices of envy and hatred enter deep into our own natures. The pacifist is as surely a traitor to his country and to humanity as is the most brutal wrongdoer. The most successful politician is he who says what the people are thinking most often in the loudest voice. The reactionary is always willing to take a progressive attitude on any issue that is dead. Freedom from effort in the present merely means that there has been effort stored up in the past. Wars are, of course, as a rule to be avoided, but they are far better than certain kinds of peace. No great intellectual thing was ever done by great effort. Don't hit at all if it is honorably possible to avoid hitting, but never hit soft. Old age is like everything else. To make a success of it, you've got to start young. Character, in the long run, is the decisive factor in the life of an individual and of nations alike. Some men can live up to their loftiest ideals without ever going higher than a basement. I wish to preach, not the doctrine of ignoble ease, but the doctrine of the strenuous life. It is essential that there should be organization of labor. This is an era of organization. Capital organizes and therefore labor must organize. No man is justified in doing evil on the ground of expedience. I took the canal zone and let Congress debate, and while the debate goes on, the canal does also. The potential for damage is much larger than we've seen in the past. The markets are a little spooked about our refining capacity and our ability to pump for oil in the Gulf of Mexico. The only man who makes no mistakes is the man who never does anything. No people is fully civilized where a distinction is drawn between stealing an office and stealing a purse. I wish to preach not the doctrine of ignoble ease, but the doctrine of strenuous life. If we do not protect the environment now, we cannot ensure a strong nation for our children. If we do not act today, many of these lands will be gone. If I must choose between peace and righteousness, I choose righteousness. We can have no 50-50 allegiance in this country. Either a man is an American and nothing else, or he is not an American at all. There is a homely adage which runs, "Speak softly and carry a big stick, you will go far." To educate a man in mind and not in morals is to educate a means to society. It behooves every man to remember that the work of the critic is of altogether secondary importance, and that, in the end, progress is accomplished by the man who does things. It is hard to fail, but it is worse never to have tried to succeed. In this life we get nothing save by effort. I worship you so that it seems almost desecration to touch you. I do not dislike, but I certainly have no especial respect or admiration for and no trust in, the typical big-moneyed men of my country. I do not regard them as furnishing sound opinion as respects either foreign or domestic business. To anger a conservative, lie to him. To anger a liberal, tell him the truth. The credit belongs to those people who are actually in the arena, who know the great enthusiasms, the great devotions to a worthy cause, who, at best, know the triumph of high achievement, and who, at worst, fail while daring greatly. so that their place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who know neither victory nor defeat. There is only one quality worse than hardness of heart, and that is softness of head. The person who succeeds is not the one who holds back, fearing failure, nor the one who never fails, but rather the one who moves on in spite of failure. Far better to dare mighty things, to win glorious triumphs, even though checkered by failure, than to take rank with those poor spirits who neither enjoy much nor suffer much because they live in the gray twilight that knows not victory or defeat. Author, Teddy Roosevelt. At the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who know neither victory nor defeat. Don't hit at all if it is honorably possible to avoid hitting, but never hit softly. Far better is it to dare mighty things, to win glorious triumphs, even though checkered by failure, than to rank with those poor spirits who neither enjoy nor suffer much, because they live in a gray twilight that knows not victory nor defeat. Far and away the best prize that life offers is the chance to work hard at work worth doing. The Winchester is by all odds the best weapon I ever had, and I now use it almost exclusively. The Winchester is the best gun for any game to be found in the United States, for it is as deadly, accurate and handy as any, stands very rough usage, and is unapproachable for the rapidity of its fire and the facility with which it is loaded. Public right comes first and private interests second. The one characteristic more essential than any other is foresight. It should be the growing nation with a future which takes the long look ahead. The most successful politician is he who says what everybody is thinking most often and in the loudest voice. Speak softly and carry a big stick, and you will go far. A man who is good enough to shed his blood for his country is good enough to be given a square deal afterwards. More than that no man is entitled to, and less than that no man shall have. I took the canal zone and let Congress debate, and while the debate goes on the canal does also. No man needs sympathy because he has to work. Far and away the best prize that life offers is the chance to work hard at work worth doing. No man is worth his salt who is not ready at all times to risk his body, to risk his well-being, to risk his life, in a great cause. In life, as in a football game, the principle to follow is, hit the line hard. In a moment of decision the best thing you can do is the right thing. The worst thing you can do is nothing. He told me that when Ralph Waldo Emerson came to California, Muir tried to get him to come out and camp with him, for that was the only way in which to see at their best the majesty and charm of the Sierras. Theodore Roosevelt, an autobiography. He and I are happy today that the worst of the crisis is over. And it is through strife and the readiness for strife that a man or a nation must win greatness. So, let the world know that we are here and willing to pour out our blood, our treasure, our tears. And that America is ready and if need be desirous of battle. Women should have free access to every field of labor which they care to enter, and when their work is as valuable as that of a man it should be paid as highly. The worst of all fears is the fear of living. It may be true that he travels farthest who travels alone, but the goal thus reached is not worth reaching. There must be no division by class hatred, whether this hatred be that of creed against creed, nationality against nationality, section against section, or men of one social or industrial condition against men of another social and industrial condition. We must ever judge each individual on his own conduct and merits, and not on his membership in any class, whether that class be based on theological, social, or industrial considerations. No other president ever enjoyed the presidency as I did. In order to succeed we need leaders of inspired idealism, leaders to whom are granted great visions, who dream greatly and strive to make their dreams come true, who can kindle the people with the fire from their own burning souls. The leader for the time being, whoever he may be, is but an instrument, to be used until broken and then to be cast aside. And if he is worth his salt he will care no more when he is broken than a soldier cares when he is sent where his life is forfeit in order that the victory may be won. If elected, I shall see to it that every man has a square deal, no less and no more. I would rather go out of politics having the feeling that I had done what was right than stay in with the approval of all men, knowing in my heart that I have acted as I ought not to. No nation can be really great unless it is great in peace, in industry, integrity, honesty, skilled intelligence in civic affairs and industrial enterprises alike, the special ability of the artist, the man of letters, the man of science, and the man of business, the rigid determination to wrong no man, and to stand for righteousness. All these are necessary in a great nation. Look toward the stars, but keep your feet firmly on the ground. It was a pleasure to deal with a man of high ideals, who scorned everything mean and base, and who possessed those robust and hardy qualities of body and mind, for the lack of which no merely negative virtue can ever atone. In this country we have no place for hyphenated Americans. I feel as fit as a bull moose. There is not one among us in whom a devil does not dwell. At some time, on some point, that devil masters each of us. It is not having been in the dark house, but having left it, that counts. The government is us. We are the government, you and I. Theodore Roosevelt. There is a homely old adage which runs, speak softly and carry a big stick, you will go far. If the American nation will speak softly, and yet build and keep at a pitch of the highest training a thoroughly efficient navy, the Monroe Doctrine will go far. Our duty to the whole, including the unborn generations, bids us to restrain an unprincipled present-day minority from wasting the heritage of these unborn generations. The movement for the conservation of wildlife and the larger movement for the conservation of all our natural resources are essentially democratic in spirit, purpose, and method. The light has gone out of my life. The name Roosevelt has this legendary force in our country at this time. Aggressive fighting for the right is the noblest sport the world affords. Conservation means development as much as it does protection. A man's usefulness depends upon his living up to his ideals insofar as he can. All daring and courage, all iron endurance of misfortune make for a finer, nobler type of manhood. In life, as in football, the principle to follow is to hit the line hard. In speaking to you men of the greatest city of the West, men of the state which gave to the country Lincoln and Grant, men who preeminently and distinctly embody all that is most American in the American character, I wish to preach not the doctrine of ignoble ease, but the doctrine of the strenuous life. In popular government results worthwhile can only be achieved by men who combine worthy ideals with practical good sense. Ours is a government of liberty by, through, and under the law. A great democracy must be progressive or it will soon cease to be great or a democracy. All that the law can do is to shape things so that no injustice shall be done by one to the other, and that each man shall be given the first chance to show the stuff that is in him. There is quite enough sorrow and shame and suffering and baseness in real life, and there is no need for meeting it unnecessarily in fiction. Then get busy and find out how to do it. There is a delight in the hardy life of the open. To befoul the unholy alliance between corrupt business and corrupt politics is the first task of the statesmanship of the day. I was a reasonably good student in college. My chief interests were scientific. When I entered college, I was devoted to out-of-doors natural history, and my ambition was to be a scientific man of the Audubon, or Wilson, or Baird, or Cowes type, a man like Hart Merriam, or Frank Chapman, or Hornaday, today. We cannot do great deeds unless we're willing to do the small things that make up the sum of greatness. If there is one tendency of the day which more than any other is unhealthy and undesirable, it is the tendency to deify mere smartness, unaccompanied by a sense of moral accountability. We shall never make our republic what it should be until as a people we thoroughly understand and put in practice the doctrine that success is abhorrent if attained by the Sacrifice of the fundamental principles of morality. There can be no 50-50 Americanism in this country. There is room here for only 100% Americanism, only for those who are Americans and nothing else. I want to see you game, boys, I want to see you brave and manly, and I also want to see you gentle and tender. The American people abhor a vacuum. The longer I live, the more I think of the quality of fortitude. Men who fall, pick themselves up and stumble on, fall again, and are trying to get back up when they die. The words of the Declaration of Independence, as given effect by Washington, are to be accepted as real, and not as empty phrases, that, in very truth, this is a government by the people themselves, that the Constitution is theirs, that the courts are theirs, that all the government agents and agencies are theirs. It is for the people themselves finally to decide all questions of public policy and to have their decision made effective. We, here, in America, hold in our hands the hope of the world. I ask of each Mason, of each member, of each brother, that he shall remember ever that there is upon him a peculiar obligation to show himself in every respect a good citizen, for after all, the way he can best do his duty by the ancient order to which he belongs is by reflecting credit upon that order by way in which he performs his duty, as a citizen of the United States. I have a perfect horror of words that are not backed up by deeds. Let the watchwords of all our people be the old familiar watchwords of honesty, decency, fair dealing, and common sense. We must treat each man on his worth and merits as a man. We must see that each is given a square deal, because he is entitled to no more and should receive no less. The welfare of each of us is dependent fundamentally upon the welfare of all of us. No ability, no strength and force, no power of intellect or power of wealth, shall avail us, if we have not the root of right living in us. Gradually the true Mason gains experience in using these working tools and can observe subtler and subtler indications of personal flaws. Give the brethren a chance to do something, anything, no matter how small or unimportant. A brother convinced that he is helpful is enthusiastic. From its origin to the present hour, in all its vicissitudes, Masonry has been the steady unwearying friend of man. Freemasonry must stand upon the rock of truth, religion, political, social, and economic. Nothing is so worthy of its care as freedom in all its aspects. Free is the most vital part of Freemasonry. It means freedom of thought and expression, freedom of spiritual and religious ideals, freedom from oppression, freedom from ignorance, superstition, vice and bigotry, freedom to acquire and possess property, to go and come at pleasure, and to rise or fall according to will of ability. I put myself in the way of things happening, and they happened. Speak softly, I'm getting my massage. It tires me to talk to rich men. You expect a man of millions, the head of a great industry, to be a man worth hearing, but as a rule they don't know anything outside their own business. We are the heirs of the ages. 9/10 of wisdom consists in being wise in time. In foreign affairs we must make up our minds that, whether we wish it or not, we are a great people and must play a great part in the world. It is not open to us to choose whether we will play that great part or not. We have to play it. All we can decide is whether we shall play it well or ill. Each child represents either a potential addition to the protective capacity and enlightened citizenship of the nation or, if allowed to suffer from neglect, a potential addition to the destructive forces of a community. The interests of the nation are involved in the welfare of this array of children no less than in our great material affairs. There is no room in this country for hyphenated Americanism. The man who holds that every human right is secondary to his profit must now give way to the advocate of human welfare. Every man holds his property subject to the general right of the community to regulate its use to whatever degree the public welfare may require it. One of our defects as a nation is a tendency to use what have been called weasel words. The object of government is the welfare of the people. The material progress and prosperity of a nation are desirable chiefly so far as they lead to the moral and material welfare of all good citizens. Any man who tries to excite class hatred, sectional hate, hate of creeds, any kind of hatred in our community, though he may affect to do it in the interest of the class he is addressing, is in the long run with absolute certainty that class's own worst enemy. The White House is a bully pulpit. Nowhere, not at sea, does a man feel more lonely than when riding over the far-reaching, seemingly never-ending plains. The greatest privilege and greatest duty for any man is to be happily married, and no other form of success or service, for either man or woman, can be wisely accepted as a substitute or alternative. Leave it as it is. You cannot improve on it. You can only mar it. The ages have been at work on it and man can only mar it. What you can do is keep it for your children, your children's children, and for all who come after you. I violate no secret when I say that one of the greatest values in Masonry is that it affords an opportunity for men of all walks of life to meet on common ground where all men are equal and have one common interest. The greatest historian should also be a great moralist. It is no proof of impartiality to treat wickedness and goodness on the same level. Progress has brought us both unbounded opportunities and unbridled difficulties. Thus, the measure of our civilization will not be that we have done much, but what we have done with that much. I believe that the next half-century will determine if we will advance the cause of Christian civilization or revert to the horrors of brutal paganism. The thought of modern industry in the hands of Christian charity is a dream worth dreaming. The thought of industry in the hands of paganism is a nightmare beyond imagining. The choice between the two is upon us. Your ability needs responsibility to expose its possibilities. Do what you can with what you have where you are. Power always brings with it responsibility. The worst thing I can do is nothing. No educated man can afford to be ignorant of the Bible. Personally, I have never been able to understand why the head of a big business, whether it be the nation, the state, or the army, or navy, should not desire to have very strong and positive people under him. I do not care a rap as to who gets credit for the work, provided the work is done. Fertile plains, every foot of them tilled, are of the first necessity, but great natural playgrounds of mountain, forest, cliff-walled lake, and brawling brook are also necessary to the full and many-sided development of a fine race. Nothing should be permitted to stand in the way of the preservation of the forests, and it is criminal to permit individuals to purchase a little gain for themselves through the destruction of forests when this destruction is fatal to the well-being of the whole country in the future. Conservation of our resources is the fundamental question before this nation, and that our first and greatest task is to set our house in order and begin to live within our means. There can be no greater issue than that of conservation in this country. It is a great mistake to think that the extremist is a better man than the moderate. Usually the difference is not that he is morally stronger, but that he is intellectually weaker. He is not more virtuous. He is simply more foolish. There are some timid souls that will never know victory nor defeat. Life brings sorrows and joys alike. It is what a man does with them, not what they do to him, that is the true test of his mettle. Each man must work for himself, and unless he so works, no outside help can avail him. On the whole, we think that the greatest victories are yet to be won, the greatest deeds yet to be done, and that there are yet in store for our peoples, and for the causes that we uphold, grander triumphs than have ever yet been scored. But be this as it may, we gladly agree that the one plain duty of every man is to face the future as he faces the present, regardless of what it may have in store for him, turning toward the light as he sees the light, to play his part manfully, as a man among men. All constitutions, those of the states no less than that of the nation, are designed, and must be interpreted and administered so as to fit human rights. The men of wealth who today are trying to prevent the regulation and control of their business in the interest of the public by the proper government authorities will not succeed, in my judgment, in checking the progress of the movement. But if they did succeed, they would find that they had sown the wind and would surely reap the whirlwind. for they would ultimately provoke the violent excesses which accompany a reform coming by convulsion instead of by steady and natural growth. It is no limitation upon property rights or freedom of contract to require that when men receive from government the privilege of doing business under corporate form, they shall do so under absolutely truthful representations. Great corporations exist only because they were created and safeguarded by our institutions. And it is therefore our right and duty to see that they work in harmony with these institutions. At the risk of repetition, let me say again that my plea is not for immunity to, but for the most unsparing exposure of, the politician who betrays his trust, of the big businessman who makes or spends his fortune in illegitimate or corrupt ways. There should be a resolute effort to hunt every such man out of the position he has disgraced. Expose the crime, and hunt down the criminal, but remember that even in the case of crime, if it is attacked in sensational, lurid, and untruthful fashion, the attack may do more damage to the public mind than the crime itself. If we would have our citizens contented and law-abiding, we must not sow the seeds of discontent in childhood by denying children their birthright of play. Some reformers may urge that in the age's distant future, patriotism, like the habit of monogamous marriage, will become a needless and obsolete virtue. But just at present the man who loves other countries as much as he does his own is quite as noxious a member of society as the man who loves other women as much as he loves his wife. Love of country is an elemental virtue, like love of home. The one being abhorrent to the powers above the earth and under them is the hyphenated American. Of all the officers of the government, those of the Department of Justice should be kept most free from any suspicion of improper action on partisan or factional grounds, so that there shall be gradually a growth, even though a slow growth, in the knowledge that the federal courts and the representatives of the Federal Department of Justice insist on meting out even-handed justice to all. The plea of good intentions is not one that can be allowed to have much weight in passing historical judgment upon a man whose wrong-headedness and distorted way of looking at things produced, or helped to produce, such incalculable evil. There is a wide political applicability in the remark attributed to a famous Texan, to the effect that he might, in the end, pardon a man who shot him on purpose, but that he would surely never forgive one who did so accidentally. Our loyalty is due entirely to the United States. It is due to the President only and exactly to the degree in which he efficiently serves the United States. It is our duty to support him when he serves the United States well. It is our duty to oppose him when he serves it badly. This is true about Mr. Wilson now, and it has been true about all our presidents in the past. It is our duty at all times to tell the truth about the president and about everyone else, save in the cases where to tell the truth at the moment would benefit the public enemy. Yes, Haven, most of us enjoy preaching, and I've got such a bully pulpit. The need for collecting large campaign funds would vanish if Congress provided an appropriation for the proper and legitimate expenses of each of the great national parties, an appropriation ample enough to meet the necessity for thorough organization and machinery, which requires a large expenditure of money. Then the stipulation should be made that no party receiving campaign funds from the Treasury should accept more than a fixed amount from any individual subscriber or donor, and the necessary publicity for receipts and expenditures could without difficulty be provided. The weakling and the coward are out of place in a strong and free community. In a republic like ours, the governing class is composed of the strong men who take the trouble to do the work of government. And if you are too timid or too fastidious or too careless to do your part in this work, then you forfeit your right to be considered one of the governing, and you become one of the governed instead, one of the driven cattle of the political arena. Those who oppose all reform will do well to remember that ruin in its worst form is inevitable if our national life brings us nothing better than swollen fortunes for the few, and the triumph in both politics and business of a sordid and selfish materialism. The supreme duty of the nation is the conservation of human resources through an enlightened measure of social and industrial justice. We pledge ourselves to work unceasingly in state and nation for the protection of home life against the hazards of sickness, irregular employment, and old age through the adoption of a system of social insurance adapted to American use. The one characteristic more essential than any other is foresight. It should be the growing nation with a future which takes the long look ahead. My hat is in the ring. It is well indeed for our land that we of this generation have learned to think nationally. The only tyrannies from which men, women, and children are suffering in real life are the tyrannies of minorities. If I have erred, I err in company with Abraham Lincoln. We fight in honorable fashion for the good of mankind, fearless of the future, unheeding of our individual fates, with unflinching hearts and undimmed eyes. We stand at Armageddon, and we battle for the Lord. It pays no matter what comes after it, to try and do things, to accomplish things in this life, and not merely to have a soft and pleasant time. Nowadays the field naturalist, who is usually at all points superior to the mere closet naturalist, follows a profession as full of hazard and interest as that of the explorer, or of the big game hunter in the remote wilderness. We want the active and zealous help of every man far-sighted enough to realize the importance from the standpoint of the nation's welfare in the future of preserving the forests. I hate a man who skins the land. A people without children would face a hopeless future. A country without trees is almost as helpless. Forests which are so used that they cannot renew themselves will soon vanish, and with them all their benefits. A true forest is not merely a storehouse full of wood, but, as it were, a factory of wood and at the same time a reservoir of water. When you help to preserve our forests or plant new ones, you are acting the part of good citizens. The most ultimately righteous of all wars is a war with savages, though it is apt to be also the most terrible and inhuman. The rude, Fierce settler who drives the savage from the land lays all civilized mankind under a debt to him. It is of incalculable importance that America, Australia, and Siberia should pass out of the hands of their red, black, and yellow aboriginal owners, and become the heritage of the dominant world races. We cannot afford merely to sit down and deplore the evils of city life as inevitable, when cities are constantly growing, both absolutely and relatively. We must set ourselves vigorously about the task of improving them, and this task is now well begun. Every man among us is more fit to meet the duties and responsibilities of citizenship because of the perils over which, in the past, the nation has triumphed, because of the blood and sweat and tears, the labor and the anguish, through which, in the days that have gone, our forefathers moved on to triumph. No man who is corrupt, no man who condones corruption in others, can possibly do his duty by the community. Freedom is not a gift which can be enjoyed save by those shown themselves worthy of it. All privileges based on wealth, and all enmity to honest men merely because they are wealthy, are un-American. The one absolute certain way to bring this nation to ruin would be to permit it to become a tangle of squabbling nationalities. Love of peace is common among weak, short-sighted, timid, and lazy persons, and on the other hand courage is found among many men of evil temper and bad character. Neither quality shall by itself avail. Justice among the nations of mankind, and the uplifting of humanity, can be brought about only by those strong and daring men who with wisdom love peace, but who love righteousness more than peace. Argument weak, speak loudly. The settler and pioneer have at bottom had justice on their side. This great continent could not have been kept as nothing but a game preserve for squalid savages. Do nothing to mar its grandeur, keep it for your children, your children's children, and all who come after you, as the one great sight which every American should see. The chase is among the best of all national pastimes. It cultivates that vigorous manliness for the lack of which in a nation, as in an individual, the possession of no other qualities can possibly atone. The welfare of each of us is dependent fundamentally upon the welfare of all of us. The woman has the right to be emancipated from the position of a drudge or a toy. She is entitled to a full equality in rights with man. Liar is just as ugly a word as thief, because it implies the presence of just as ugly a sin in one case as in the other. If a man lies under oath or procures the lie of another under oath, if he perjures himself or suborns perjury, he is guilty under the statute law. Mother went off for 3 days to New York and Mame and Quentin took instant advantage of her absence to fall sick. Quentin's sickness was surely due to a riot in candy and ice cream with chocolate sauce. A man must first care for his own household before he can be of use to the state. But no matter how well he cares for his household, he is not a good citizen unless he also takes thought of the state. In the same way, a great nation must think of its own internal affairs, and yet it cannot substantiate its claim to be a great nation unless it also thinks of its position in the world at large. My position as regards the moneyed interests can be put in a few words. In every civilized society, property rights must be carefully safeguarded. Ordinarily, and in the great majority of cases, human rights and property rights are fundamentally and in the long run identical, but when it clearly appears that there is a real conflict between them, human rights must have the upper hand, for property belongs to man and not man to property. One of our defects as a nation is a tendency to use what have been called weasel words. When a weasel sucks eggs, the meat is sucked out of the egg. If you use a weasel word after another, there is nothing left of the other. Abraham Lincoln, the spirit incarnate of those who won victory in the Civil War, was the true representative of this people, not only for his own generation, but for all time, because he was a man among men. The true Christians are the true citizens, lofty of purpose, resolute in endeavor, ready for a hero's deeds, but never looking down on their task because it is cast in the day of small things, scornful of baseness, awake to their own duties as well as to their rights, following the higher law with reverence, and in this world doing all that in their power lies, so that when death comes they may feel that humanity is in some degree better because they lived. Councils of war never fight. To the second end, we hold that minimum wage commissions should be established in the nation and in each state to inquire into wages paid in various industries and to determine the standard which the public ought to sanction as a minimum, and we believe that, as a present installment of what we hope for in the future, there should be at once established in the nation and its several states minimum standards for the wages of women, taking the present Massachusetts law as a basis from which to start and on which to improve. I am far from underestimating the importance of dividends, but I rank dividends below human character. I do. That is character. In the great battle of life, no brilliancy of intellect, no perfection of bodily development, will count when weighed in the balance against the assemblage of virtues, active and passive, of moral qualities which we group together under the name of character. I like to see Quinton, Roosevelt, practicing baseball. It gives me hope that one of my boys will not take after his father in this respect, and will prove able to play the national game. It is of far more important that a man shall play something himself, even if he plays it badly, than that he shall go with hundreds of companions to see someone else play well. I do not in the least object to a sport because it is rough. I think we are warranted in contending that a society thus constituted, and which may be rendered so admirable an engine of improvement, far from meriting reproach, deserves highly of the community. To borrow a simile from the football field, we believe that men must play fair, but that there must be no shirking, and that the success can only come to the player who hits the line hard. I wish that all Americans would realize that American politics is world politics. The little owls call to each other with tremulous, quavering voices throughout the livelong night, as they sit in the creaking trees. Water is a commodity not by any means to be found everywhere. When found, it is more than likely to be bad, being either from a bitter alkaline pool, or from a hole in a creek, so muddy that it can only be called liquid by courtesy. After nightfall the face of the country seems to alter marvelously, and the clear moonlight only intensifies the change. The river gleams like running quicksilver, and the moonbeams play over the grassy stretches of the plateaus. The bad land seemed to be stranger and wilder than ever, the silvery rays turning the country into a kind of grim fairyland. The farmer is a poor creature who skins the land and leaves it worthless to his children. The farmer is a good farmer who, having enabled the land to support himself and to provide for the education of his children, leaves it to them a little better than he found it himself. The leader works in the open and the boss in covert. The leader leads, and the boss drives. We have a right to expect that the best trained, the best educated men on the Pacific Slope, the Rocky Mountains, and Great Plains states will take the lead in the preservation and right use of forests, in securing the right use of waters, and in seeing that our land policy is not twisted from its original purpose, but is perpetuated by amendment, by change when such change is necessary in the life of that purpose, the purpose being to turn the public domain into farms, each to be the property of the man who actually tills it and makes his home in it. No nation deserves to exist if it permits itself to lose the stern and virile virtues. And this without regard to whether the loss is due to the growth of a heartless and all-absorbing commercialism, to prolonged indulgence in luxury and soft, effortless ease, or to the deification of a warped and twisted sentimentality. We of an older generation can get along with what we have, though with growing hardship. But in your full manhood and womanhood you will want what nature once so bountifully supplied and man so thoughtlessly destroyed. And because of that want you will reproach us, not for what we have used, but for what we have wasted. So, any nation which in its youth lives only for the day, reaps without sowing, and consumes without husbanding, must expect the penalty of the prodigal whose labor could with difficulty find him the bare means of life. Nothing could be more lonely and nothing more beautiful than the view at nightfall across the prairies to these huge hill masses, when the lengthening shadows had at last merged into one and the faint afterglow of the red sunset filled the west. Among the books he chooses, a statesman ought to read interesting books on history and government, and books of science and philosophy, and really good books on these subjects are as enthralling as any fiction ever written in prose or verse. Rough board shelves hold a number of books, without which some of the evenings would be long indeed. This broken country extends back from the river for many miles and has been called always be Indian, French voyager and American trappers alike, the Bad Lands. Now and then we hear the wilder voices of the wilderness, from animals that in the hours of darkness do not fear the neighborhood of man. The coyotes wail like dismal ventriloquists, or the silence may be broken by the snorting and stamping of a deer. More and more, as it becomes necessary to preserve the game, let us hope that the camera will largely supplant the rifle. It is not what we have that will make us a great nation, it is the way in which we use it. There is not in all America a more dangerous trait than the deification of mere smartness unaccompanied by any sense of moral responsibility. A great democracy must be progressive or it will soon cease to be a great democracy. There are two things that I want you to make up your minds to. First, that you are going to have a good time as long as you live. I have no use for the sour-faced man. And next, that you are going to do something worthwhile. That you are going to work hard and do the things you set out to do. Is America a weakling, to shrink from the work of the great world powers? No. The young giant of the West stands on a continent and clasps the crest of an ocean in either hand. Our nation, glorious in youth and strength, looks into the future with eager eyes and rejoices as a strong man to run a race. Death is always, under all circumstances, a tragedy, for if it is not then it means that life has become one. A really great people, proud and high-spirited, would face all the disasters of war rather than purchase that base prosperity which is bought at the price of national honor. Thank God for the iron in the blood of our fathers. There are two kinds of success. One is the rare kind that comes to the person who has the power to do what no one else has the power to do. That is genius. But the average person who wins what we call success is not a genius. That person is a man or woman who has merely the ordinary qualities that they share with their fellows, but has developed those ordinary qualities to a more than ordinary degree. A grove of giant redwood or sequoia should be kept just as we keep a great and beautiful cathedral. I do not believe that any man can adequately appreciate the world of today unless he has some knowledge of, a little more than a slight knowledge, some feeling for and of, the history of the world of the past. While my interest in natural history has added very little to my sum of achievement, it has added immeasurably to my sum of enjoyment in life. A soft, easy life is not worth living, if it impairs the fiber of brain and heart and muscle. We must dare to be great, and we must realize that greatness is the fruit of toil and sacrifice and high courage. For us is the life of action, of strenuous performance of duty. Let us live in the harness, striving mightily. Let us rather run the risk of wearing out than rusting out. The extermination of the buffalo has been a veritable tragedy of the animal world. No man who is not willing to bear arms and to fight for his rights can give a good reason why he should be entitled to the privilege of living in a free community. Every expansion of civilization makes for peace. In other words, every expansion of a great civilized power means a victory for law, order, and righteousness. It is only the warlike power of a civilized people that can give peace to the world. Willful sterility is, from the standpoint of the nation, from the standpoint of the human race, the one sin for which the penalty is national death, race death, a sin for which there is no atonement. No man, no woman, can shirk the primary duties of life, whether for love of ease and pleasure, or for any other cause, and retain his or her self-respect. I don't go so far as to think that the only good Indians are dead Indians, but I believe 9 out of 10 are, and I shouldn't like to inquire too closely into the case of the 10th. If there is any one duty which more than another we owe it to our children and our children's children to perform at once, it is to save the forests of this country, for they constitute the first and most important element in the conservation of the natural resources of this country. The civilized people of today look back with horror at their medieval ancestors who wantonly destroyed great works of art or sat slothfully by while they destroyed. We have passed this stage. Here in the U.S. we turn our rivers and streams into sewers and dumping grounds, we pollute the air, we destroy our forests and exterminate fishes, birds and mammals, not to speak of vulgarizing charming landscapes with hideous advertisements. But at best it looks as if our people were awakening. I feel most emphatically that we should not turn into shingles a tree which was old when the first Egyptian conqueror penetrated to the valley of the Euphrates. I do not intend that our natural resources shall be exploited by the few against the interests of the many. There should be at least 10 times the number of rifles in the country as there are now. The conservation of our natural resources and their proper use constitute the fundamental problem which underlies almost every other problem of our national life. The vice of envy is not only a dangerous, but a mean vice, for it is always a confession of inferiority. It may promote conduct which will be fruitful of wrong to others, and it must cause misery to the man who feels it. We do not admire the man of timid peace. We admire the man who embodies victorious effort, the man who never wrongs his neighbor, who is prompt to help a friend, but who has those virile qualities necessary to win in the stern strife of actual life. Peace is normally a great good, and normally it coincides with righteousness. But it is righteousness and not peace which should bind the conscience of a nation as it should bind the conscience of an individual, and neither a nation nor an individual can surrender conscience to another's keeping. I always believe in going hard at everything, whether it is Latin or mathematics, boxing or football, but at the same time I want to keep the sense of proportion. It is never worthwhile to absolutely exhaust oneself or to take big chances unless for an adequate object. I want you to keep in training the faculties which would make you, if the need arose, able to put your last ounce of pluck and strength into a contest. But I do not want you to squander these qualities. I am delighted to have you play football. I believe in rough, manly sports. But I do not believe in them if they degenerate into the sole end of anyone's existence. I don't want you to sacrifice standing well in your studies to any over-athleticism. And I need not tell you that character counts for a great deal more than either intellect or body in winning success in life. Athletic proficiency is a mighty good servant, and like so many other good servants, a mighty bad master. The Badlands grade all the way from those that are almost rolling in character to those that are so fantastically broken in form and so bizarre in color as to seem hardly properly to belong to this earth. Rattlesnakes are only too plentiful everywhere, along the river bottoms, in the broken, hilly ground, and on the prairies and the great desert wastes alike. If it can, it will get out of the way, and only coils up in its attitude of defense when it believes that it is actually menaced. I hold that in this country there must be complete severance of church and state, that public monies shall not be used for the purpose of advancing any particular creed, and therefore that the public schools shall be non-sectarian and no public monies appropriated for sectarian schools. To announce that there must be no criticism of the President, or that we are to stand by the President, right or wrong, is not only unpatriotic and servile, but is morally treasonable to the American public. Nothing but the truth should be spoken about him or anyone else. But it is even more important to tell the truth, pleasant or unpleasant, about him than about anyone else. Don't hit at all if you can help it, don't hit a man if you can possibly avoid it, but if you do hit him, put him to sleep. Yes, my friend, and if you will steal from me, then you will steal from me. Happiness lies not in the mere possession of money, it lies in the joy of achievement, in the thrill of creative effort. The joy and moral stimulation of work must no longer be forgotten in the mad chase of evanescent profits. At some time in our lives a devil dwells within us, causes heartbreaks, confusion and troubles, then dies. The modern naturalist must realize that in some of its branches his profession, while more than ever a science, has also become an art. Not trying is the surest way of achieving nothing at all. I can no more explain why I like natural history than why I like California canned peaches. Nor why I do not care for that enormous brand of natural history which deals with invertebrates any more than why I do not care for brandied peaches. All I can say is that almost as soon as I began to read at all I began to like to read about the natural history of beasts and birds and the more formidable or interesting reptiles and fishes. After the war, and until the day of his death, his position on almost every public question was either mischievous or ridiculous, and usually both. The function of our government is to ensure to all its citizens, now and hereafter, their rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. If we of this generation destroy the resources from which our children would otherwise derive their livelihood, we reduce the capacity of our land to support a population, and so either degrade the standard of living or deprive the coming generations of their fight to life on this continent. I regard the Masonic institution as one of the means ordained by the Supreme Architect to enable mankind to work out the problem of destiny, to fight against, and overcome, the weaknesses and imperfections of his nature, and at last to attain to that true life of which death is the herald and the grave the portal. A healthy-minded boy should feel hearty contempt for the coward and even more hearty indignation for the boy who bullies girls or small boys, or tortures animals. In the history of mankind many republics have risen, have flourished for a less or greater time, and then have fallen because their citizens lost the power of governing themselves and thereby of governing their state. And in no way has this loss of power been so often and so clearly shown as in the tendency to turn the government into a government primarily for the benefit of one class, instead of a government for the benefit of the people as a whole. The spirit of brotherhood recognizes of necessity both the need of self-help and also the need of helping others in the only way which every ultimately does great God, that is, of helping them to help themselves. The world wants the kind of men who do not shrink from temporary defeats in life, but come again and wrestle triumph from defeat. The men and women who have the right ideals are those who have the courage to strive for the happiness which comes only with labor and effort and self-sacrifice, and those whose joy in life springs in part from power of work and sense of duty. My experience convinced me that tea was better than brandy, and during the last 6 months in Africa I took no brandy, even when sick, taking tea instead. Such an experiment without actual conditions of war to support it is a foolish waste of time. I once saw a man kill a lion with a .30 caliber rifle under certain conditions, but that doesn't mean that a .30 rifle is a lion gun. Boxing, jiu-jitsu, scaling the Matterhorn. I did cardio before cardio was cool. I believe in a graduated income tax on big fortunes, and in a graduated inheritance tax on big fortunes, increasing rapidly in amount with the size of the estate. If a man does not have an ideal and try to live up to it, then he becomes a mean, base and sordid creature, no matter how successful. Want more advice like this? It's not having been in the dark house, but having left it that counts. I never keep boys waiting. It's a hard trial for a boy to wait. Alone of human beings the good and wise mother stands on a plane of equal honor with the bravest soldier, for she has gladly gone down to the brink of the chasm of darkness to bring back the children in whose hands rests the future of the years. The ordinary air fighter is an extraordinary man, and the extraordinary air fighter stands as one in a million among his fellows. I highly venerate the Masonic institution, under the fullest persuasion that, when its principles are acknowledged and its laws and precepts obeyed, it comes nearest to the Christian religion, in its moral effects and influence, of any institution with which I am acquainted. My hat's in the ring. The fight is on and I'm stripped to the buff. There is nothing more practical than the preservation of beauty, than the preservation of anything that appeals to the higher emotions of mankind. The reader, the book lover, must meet his own needs without paying too much attention to what his neighbors say those needs should be. Bodily vigor is good, and vigor of intellect is even better, but far above is character. The lives of truest heroism are those in which there are no great deeds to look back upon. It is the little things well done that go to make up a truly successful and good life. Comparison with something that is better is the thief of joy. Comparison with something that is worse is a joy, full of relief and gratitude. You cannot always choose what happens to you or your circumstances, but you can always choose your attitude by what you choose to compare your experiences or circumstances to, and therefore how you will feel. We can make any experience either a heaven or a hell by what we compare it to. Our emotions are an inside job. In the Western Hemisphere, the adherents of the United States to the Monroe Doctrine may force the United States, however reluctantly, in flagrant cases of such wrongdoing or impotence, to the exercise of an international police power. There are rainy days in autumn and stormy days in winter when the rocking chair in front of the fire simply demands an accompanying book. There never has been devised, and there never will be devised, any law which will enable a man to succeed save by the exercise of those qualities which have always been the prerequisites of success, the qualities of hard work, of keen intelligence, of unflinching will. The great lawyer who employs his talent and his learning in the highly remunerative task of enabling a very wealthy client to override or circumvent the law is doing all that in him lies to encourage the growth in the country of a spirit of dumb anger against all laws and of disbelief in their efficacy. There is a point, of course, where a man must take the isolated peak and break with all his associates for clear principle, but until that time comes he must work, if he would be of use, with men as they are. As long as the good in them overbalances the evil, let him work with them for the best that can be obtained. I have no business to feel downcast or querulous merely because when so much has been given me I have not had even more. Conservation means development as much as it does protection. Don't spread patriotism too thin. The fool who has not sense to discriminate between what is good and what is bad is well nigh as dangerous as the man who does discriminate and yet chooses the bad. Conservation is a great moral issue, for it involves the patriotic duty of ensuring the safety and continuance of the nation. We have room for but one loyalty, loyalty to the United States. The joy of living is his who has the heart to demand it. Life is a great adventure, and I want to say to you, accept it in such a spirit. I want to see you shoot the way you shout. No man can lead a public career really worth leading, no man can act with rugged independence in serious crises, nor strike at great abuses, nor afford to make powerful and unscrupulous foes, if he is himself vulnerable in his private character. To divide along the lines of section or caste or creed is un-American. There should be relentless exposure of an attack upon every evil practice, whether in politics, in business, or in social life. I hail as a benefactor every writer or speaker, every man who, on the platform, or in book, magazine, or newspaper, with merciless severity makes such attack, provided always that he in his turn remembers that the attack is of use only if it is absolutely truthful. Men can never escape being governed. Either they must govern themselves or they must submit to being governed by others. It is by no means necessary that a great nation should always stand at the heroic level. But no nation has the root of greatness in it unless in time of need it can rise to the heroic mood. The bulk of government is not legislation but administration. I believe that the next half-century will determine if we will advance the cause of Christian civilization or revert to the horrors of brutal paganism. Success, the real success, does not depend upon the position you hold but upon how you carry yourself in that position. The forces that tend for evil are great and terrible, but the forces of truth and love and courage and honesty and generosity and sympathy are also stronger than ever before. To discriminate against a thoroughly upright citizen because he belongs to some particular church, or because, like Abraham Lincoln, he has not avowed his allegiance to any church, is an outrage against the liberty of conscience, which is one of the foundations of American life. No president has ever enjoyed himself as much as I. We must remember not to judge any public servant by any one act. And especially should we beware of attacking the men who are merely the occasions and not the cause of disaster. If we are to be really great people, we must strive in good faith to play a great part in the world. We cannot avoid meeting great issues. All that we can determine for ourselves is whether we shall meet them well or ill. I am simply unable to understand the value placed by so many people upon great wealth. Courage is not having the strength to go on, it is going on when you don't have the strength. Industry and determination can do anything that genius and advantage can do and many things that they cannot. From the very beginning our people have markedly combined practical capacity for affairs with power of devotion to an ideal. The lack of either quality would have rendered the other of small value. Every man who parrots the cry of "Stand by the President" without adding the proviso, "so far as he serves the Republic," takes an attitude as essentially unmanly as that of any Stuart royalist who championed the doctrine that the king could do no wrong. No self-respecting and intelligent free man could take such an attitude. It is the people, and not the judges, who are entitled to say what their Constitution means, for the Constitution is theirs. It belongs to them and not to their servants in office. Any other theory is incompatible with the foundation principles of our government. A finer body of men has never been gathered by any nation than the men who have done the work of building the Panama Canal. The conditions under which they have lived and have done their work have been better than in any similar work ever undertaken in the tropics. They have all felt an eager pride in their work, and they have made not only America but the whole world their debtors by what they have accomplished. Americans learn only from catastrophe and not from experience. The 6 great gifts of an Irish girl are beauty, soft voice, sweet speech, wisdom, needlework, and chastity. Let individuals contribute as they desire, but let us prohibit in effective fashion all corporations from making contributions for any political purpose, directly or indirectly. The object of government is the welfare of the people. No triumph of peace can equal the armed triumph of war. To hell with the Constitution when people want coal. The mass of the American people are most emphatically not in the deplorable condition of which you speak. Show me a man who makes no mistakes, and I will show you a man who doesn't do things. A nation that still needs to distinguish between stealing an election and stealing a new pair of shoes is not completely civilized yet. It's not the critic who counts, nor the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, or where the doer of the deeds could have done better. What I am to be, I am becoming. The lunatic fringe in all reform movements. When great nations fear to expand, shrink from expansion, it is because their greatness is coming to an end. Are we, still in the prime of our lusty youth, still at the beginning of our glorious manhood, to sit down among the outworn people, to take our place with the weak and the craven? 1,000 times no. We must treat each man on his worth and merits as a man. We must see that each is given a square deal, because he is entitled to no more and should receive no less. There is no moral difference between gambling at cards or in lotteries or on the racetrack and gambling in the stock market. One method is just pernicious to the body politic as the other kind. The biggest corporation, like the humblest private citizen, must be held to strict compliance with the will of the people as expressed in the fundamental law. Property belongs to man and not man to property. Perhaps there is no more important component of character than steadfast resolution. Never, never, you must never either of you remind a man at work on a political job that he may be president. If I have to choose between peace and righteousness, I'll choose righteousness. The truth is that any good modern rifle is good enough. The determining factor is the man behind the gun. There is need of a sound body, and even more need of a sound mind. But above mind and above body stands character, the sum of those qualities which we mean when we speak of a man's force and courage, of his good faith and sense of honor. There are always in life countless tendencies for good and for evil, and each succeeding generation sees some of these tendencies strengthened and some weakened. Nor is it by any means always, alas, that the tendencies for evil are weakened and those for good strengthened. But during the last few decades there certainly have been some notable changes for good in boy life. The great growth in the love of athletic sports, for instance, while fraught with danger if it becomes one-sided and unhealthy, has beyond all question had an excellent effect in increased manliness. There is more fine abstract design in Navajo rugs than in all these modern paintings. Freedom means the supremacy of human rights everywhere. A leader is an average, everyday person who is highly motivated. It's not the critic that counts. Death by violence, death by cold, death by starvation, they are the normal endings of the stately creatures of the wilderness. The sentimentalists who prattle about the peaceful life of nature do not realize its utter mercilessness. A small politician, of low capacity in mean surroundings, proud to act as the servile tool of men worse than himself but also stronger and abler. Everyone loves justice in the affairs of another. I hold it to be our duty to see that the wage worker, the small producer, the ordinary consumer, shall get their fair share of business prosperity. But it either is or ought to be evident to everyone that business has to prosper before anybody can get any benefit from it. Just as you believe you may have already halfway there. Nothing is gained by debate on non-debatable subjects. With a great moral issue involved, neutrality does not serve righteousness, for to be neutral between right and wrong is to serve wrong. The public must retain control of the great waterways. It is essential that any permit to obstruct them for reasons and on conditions that seem good at the moment should be subject to revision when changed conditions demand. Never trust a man who says he is only a little crooked, and that the crookedness is exercised in your interest. Never hit if you can help it, but when you have to, hit hard. Never hit soft. You'll never get any thanks for hitting soft. There is but one answer to terrorism, and it is best delivered with a Winchester rifle. Do not get into a fight if you can possibly avoid it. If you get in, see it through. Don't hit if it is honorably possible to avoid hitting, but never hit soft. Don't hit at all if you can help it. Don't hit a man if you can possibly avoid it, but if you do hit him, put him to sleep. We do not admire a man of timid peace. There are those who believe that a new modernity demands a new morality. What they fail to consider is the harsh reality that there is no such thing as a new morality. There is only one morality. All else is immorality. It is character that counts in a nation as in a man. Where a trust becomes a monopoly, the state has an immediate right to interfere. If, in any individual, university training produces a taste for refined idleness, a distaste for sustained effort, a barren intellectual arrogance, or a sense of superfluous aloofness from the world of real men who do the world's real work, then it has harmed that individual. To have acted otherwise would have been the betrayal of the interests of the United States. Our flag is a proud flag, and it stands for liberty and civilization. Where it has once floated, there must be no return to tyranny. Massive potential you have, and, in recognition of all this, would you mind having your salary halved? There comes a time in the life of a nation, as in the life of an individual, when it must face great responsibilities, whether it will or no. We have now reached that time. We cannot avoid facing the fact that we occupy a new place among the people of the world. I have now run up against an ugly snag, the Sunday excise law. It is altogether too strict, but I have no honorable alternative save to enforce it, and I am enforcing it, to the furious rage of the saloon keepers, and of many good people too, for which I am sorry. The corporation that shrinks from the light would have anything to fear from government. About the welfare of such corporations we need not be oversensitive. All contributions by corporations to any political committee or for any political purpose should be forbidden by law. When she, my mother, passed away, I kind of understood the commitment that she made to make sure that I could stay in skating. And I wanted to live up to whatever I could. Not so much win everything, but just to be the best that I could possibly be. To honor her memory and everything she went through to make sure that I was given the opportunities to be the best that I can be. Not to be a world champion or an Olympic gold medalist, but to be the best that I could be. And that was the most important thing that ever happened in my career. Life is a great adventure, accepted in such a spirit. Much has been given us, and much will rightfully be expected from us. We have duties to others and duties to ourselves. and we can shirk neither. We have become a great nation, forced by the fact of its greatness into relations with other nations of the earth, and we must behave as beseems a people with such responsibilities. I must be wanting to be president. Every young man does. But I won't let myself think of it, I must not, because if I do, I will begin to work for it. I'll be careful, calculating, cautious in word and act, and so, I'll beat myself. I entirely appreciate loyalty to one's friends, but loyalty to the cause of justice and honor stands above it. Hardness of heart is a dreadful quality, but it is doubtful whether in the long run it works more damage than softness of head. Every special interest is entitled to justice full, fair and complete, but not one is entitled to a vote in Congress, to a voice on the bench or to representation in any public office. A president has a great chance. His position is almost that of a king and a prime minister rolled into one. Once he has left office he cannot do very much, and he is a fool if he fails to realize it all and to be profoundly thankful for having had the great chance. It is a wicked thing to be neutral between right and wrong. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, who errs, who comes short again and again, but who does actually strive to do the deeds, who spends himself in a worthy cause. I wish to preach not the doctrine of ignoble ease but the doctrine of the strenuous life, the life of toil and effort, of labor and strife. To preach that highest form of success which comes not to the man who desires mere easy peace but to the man who does not shrink from danger, from hardship, or from bitter toil, and who out of these wins the splendid ultimate triumph. A life of ignoble ease, a life of that peace which springs merely from lack either of desire or of power to strive after great things, is as little worthy of a nation as of an individual. Silent strength is the quality of all good men and most mummies. The important thing is this, that, under such government recognition as we may give to that which is beneficent and wholesome in large business organizations, we shall be most vigilant never to allow them to crystallize into a condition which shall make private initiative difficult. It is of the utmost importance that in the future we shall keep the broad path of opportunity just as open and easy for our children as it was for our fathers during the period which has been the glory of America's industrial history. It is imperative to exercise over big business a control and supervision which is unnecessary as regards small business. All business must be conducted under the law, and all businessmen, big or little, must act justly. But a wicked big interest is necessarily more dangerous to the community than a wicked little interest. Big business in the past has been responsible for much of the special privilege which must be unsparingly cut out of our national life. The first duty of an American citizen, then, is that he shall work in politics. I have had a great time as president. I cannot consent to take the position that the door of hope, the door of opportunity, is to be shut upon any man, no matter how worthy, purely upon the grounds of race or color. Such an attitude would, according to my convictions, be fundamentally wrong. The only trouble with the movement for the preservation of our forests is that it has not gone nearly far enough, and was not begun soon enough. I would a great deal rather be anything, say professor of history, than vice president. It's not the critic who counts. Character is far more important than intellect in making a man a good citizen or successful at his calling, meaning by character not only such qualities as honesty and truthfulness, but courage, perseverance, and self-reliance. The hardest lessons to learn are those that are the most obvious. When we undertake the impossible, we often fail to do anything at all. It either is or ought to be evident to everyone that business has to prosper before anyone can get any benefit from it. Laws are essential emanations from the self-poised character of God. They radiate from the sun to the circling edge of creation. Verily, the mighty lawgiver hath subjected himself unto laws. Don't limit your challenges, challenge your limits. Don't spread patriotism too thin. Perhaps the most incapable executive that ever filled the presidential chair, it would be difficult to imagine a man less fit to guide the state with honor and safety through the stormy times that marked the opening of the present century. From time to time, little men will find fault with what you have done, but they will go down the stream like bubbles. They will vanish. But the work you have done will remain for the ages. Rarely has any people enjoyed greater prosperity than we are now enjoying. For this we render heartfelt and solemn thanks to the Giver of good, and we seek to praise Him, not by words only, but by deeds. By the way in which we do our duty to ourselves and to our fellow men. The foes from whom we pray to be delivered are our own passions, appetites, and follies, and against these there is always need that we should war. I stand for the square deal. I mean not merely that I stand for fair play under the present rules of the game, but that I stand for having those rules changed so as to work for a more substantial equality of opportunity and of reward for equally good service. Oh, if only I could be President in Congress, too, just for 10 minutes. The Cubists are entitled to the serious attention of all who find enjoyment in the colored puzzle pictures of the Sunday newspapers. It is of little use for us to pay lip loyalty to the mighty men of the past unless we sincerely endeavor to apply to the problems of the present precisely the qualities which, in other crises, enabled the men of that day to meet those crises. There is something to be said for government by a great aristocracy which has furnished leaders to the nation in peace and war for generations. Even a Democrat like myself must admit this. A healthy state can exist only when the men and women who make it up lead clean, vigorous, healthy lives, when the children are so trained that they shall endeavor, not to shirk difficulties, but to overcome them, not to seek ease, but to know how to wrest triumph from toil and risk. The duties are even more important than the rights, and in the long run I think that the reward is ampler and greater for duty well done, than for the insistence upon individual rights. In a crisis, the man worth his salt is the man who meets the needs of the situation in whatever way is necessary. When liberty becomes license, some form of one-man power is not far distant. I wish to see the Bible study as much a matter of course in the secular colleges as in the seminary. To every man who faces life with real desire to do his part in everything, I appeal for a study of the Bible. Lincoln sad, patient, kindly Lincoln, who after bearing upon his weary shoulders for 4 years a greater burden than that borne by any other man of the 19th century, laid down his life for the people whom living he had served as well built upon his early study of the Bible. He, Lincoln, had mastered it, the Bible, absolutely, mastered it so that he became almost a man of one book, who knew that book and who instinctively put into practice what he had been taught therein. I have often thought that unselfishness combined in one word more of the teachings of the Bible than any other in the language. There is apt to be a lunatic fringe among the votaries of any forward movement. We can no more and no less afford to condone evil in the man of capital than evil in the man of no capital. Unrestrained greed means the ruin of the great woods and the drying up of the sources of the rivers. I keep my good health by having a very bad temper, kept under good control. I believe that the officers, and, especially, the directors, of corporations should be held personally responsible when any corporation breaks the law. Envy is as evil a thing as arrogance. Cowardice in a race, as in an individual, is the unpardonable sin. If we put corrupt men in public office and sneeringly acquiesce in their corruptions, then we are wrong ourselves. There is no room in this country for hyphenated Americanism. When I refer to hyphenated Americans, I do not refer to naturalized Americans. Some of the very best Americans I have ever known were naturalized Americans, Americans born abroad. But a hyphenated American is not an American at all. Constructive change offers the best method for avoiding destructive change. We have duties to others, and duties to ourselves, and we cannot shirk either. Americanism is a question of spirit, of conviction and purpose, not creed or birthplaces. The test of our worth is the service we render. Certain rich men, whose lives are evil and corrupt, are the representatives of predatory wealth accumulated by all forms of inequity, from the oppression of wage workers to unfair methods of crushing out competition. Malefactors of great wealth have arrogantly ignored the public welfare. The dull, purblind folly of the very rich men, their greed and arrogance, and the corruption in business and politics, have tended to produce a very unhealthy condition. I believe in corporations. They are indispensable instruments of our modern civilization. But I believe they should be so regulated that they shall act for the interests of the community as a whole. In name we had the Declaration of Independence in 1776, but we gave the lie by our acts to the words of the Declaration of Independence until 1865, and words count for nothing except in so far as they represent acts. It may be that at some time in the dim future of the race the need for war will vanish, but that time is yet ages distant. As yet no nation can hold its place in the world, or can do any work really worth doing, unless it stands ready to guard its right with an armed hand. The Civil War, was a heroic struggle, and, as is inevitable with all such struggles, it had also a dark and terrible side. Very much was done of good, and much also of evil, and, as was inevitable in such a period of revolution, often the same man did both good and evil. For our great good fortune as a nation, we, the people of the United States as a whole, can now afford to forget the evil, or, at least, to remember it without bitterness, and to fix our eyes with pride only on the good that was accomplished. Toward all other nations, large and small, our attitude must be one of cordial and sincere friendship. We must show not only in our words, but in our deeds, that we are earnestly desirous of securing their goodwill by acting toward them in a spirit of just and generous recognition of all their rights. There is nothing more distressing than the hard, scoffing spirit which treats the allegation of dishonesty in a public man as a cause for laughter. Such laughter is worse than the crackling of thorns under a pot, for it denotes not merely the vacant mind, but the heart in which high emotions have been choked before they could grow to fruition. There can be no effective control of corporations while their political activity remains. To put an end to it will be neither a short nor an easy task, but it can be done. Corporate expenditures for political purposes, and especially such expenditures by public service corporations, have supplied one of the principal sources of corruption in our political affairs. The man who does not think it was America's duty to fight for her own sake in view of the infamous conduct of Germany toward us stands on a level with a man who wouldn't think it necessary to fight in a private quarrel because his wife's face was slapped. The liar is no whit better than the thief, and if his mendacity takes the form of slander he may be worse than most thieves. It puts a premium upon knavery untruthfully to attack an honest man, or even with hysterical exaggeration to assail a bad man with untruth. The immigrant must not be allowed to drift or to be put at the mercy of the exploiter. Our object is not to imitate one of the older racial types, but to maintain a new American type and then to secure loyalty to this type. We cannot secure such loyalty unless we make this a country where men shall feel that they have justice and also where they shall feel that they are required to perform the duties imposed upon them. The eighth commandment reads, "Thou shalt not steal." It does not read, "Thou shalt not steal from the rich man." It does not read, "Thou shalt not steal from the poor man." It reads simply and plainly, "Thou shalt not steal." The effort to make financial or political profit out of the destruction of character can only result in public calamity. Gross and reckless assaults on character, whether on the stump or in newspaper, magazine, or book, create a morbid and vicious public sentiment, and at the same time act as a profound deterrent to able men of normal sensitiveness and tend to prevent them from entering the public service at any price. The absence of effective state, and, especially, national restraint upon unfair money-getting has tended to create a small class of enormously wealthy and economically powerful men, whose chief object is to hold and increase their power. The prime need is to change the conditions which enable these men to accumulate power which is not for the general welfare that they should hold or exercise. We grudge no man a fortune which represents his own power and sagacity, when exercised with entire regard to the welfare of his fellows. One of the fundamental necessities in a representative government such as ours is to make certain that the men to whom the people delegate their power shall serve the people, by whom they are elected, and not the special interests. I believe that every national officer, elected or appointed, should be forbidden to perform any service or receive any compensation, directly or indirectly, from interstate corporations, and a similar provision could not fail to be useful within the states. Now, it is very necessary that we should not flinch from seeing what is vile and debasing. There is filth on the floor, and it must be scraped up with the muck rake. And there are times and places where this service is the most needed of all the services that can be performed. But the man who never does anything else, who never thinks or speaks or writes, save of his feats with the muck rake, speedily becomes not a help but one of the most potent forces for evil. No man can do both effective and decent work in public life unless he is a practical politician on the one hand, and a sturdy believer in Sunday school politics on the other. He must always strive manfully for the best, and yet, like Abraham Lincoln, must often resign himself to accept the best possible. Looked at from the standpoint of the ultimate result, there was little real difference to the Indian whether the land was taken by treaty or by war. No treaty could be satisfactory to the whites, no treaty served the needs of humanity in civilization, unless it gave the land to the Americans as unreservedly as any successful war. What I have advocated is not wild radicalism. It is the highest and wisest kind of conservatism. The United States does not have a choice as to whether or not it will or will not play a great part in the world. Fate has made that choice for us. The only question is whether we will play the part well or badly. Because we are unqualifiedly and without reservation against any system of denominational schools, maintained by the adherents of any creed with the help of state aid. Therefore, we as strenuously insist that the public schools shall be free from sectarian influences, and above all, free from any attitude of hostility to the adherents of any particular creed. If there is one thing for which we stand in this country, it is for complete religious freedom. And it is an emphatic negation of this right to cross-examine a man on his religion before being willing to support him for office. There is superstition in science quite as much as there is superstition in theology, and it is all the more dangerous because those suffering from it are profoundly convinced that they are freeing themselves from all superstition. What counts in a man or in a nation is not what the man or the nation can do, but what he or it actually does. Much of the discussion about socialism and individualism is entirely pointless, because of failure to agree on terminology. The best lesson that any people can learn is that there is no patent cure-all which will make the body politic perfect, and that any man who is able glibly to answer every question as to how to deal with the evils of the body politic is at best a foolish visionary and at worst an evil-minded quack. Just as little can we afford to follow the doctrinaires of an impossible, and incidentally of a highly undesirable, social revolution which, in destroying individual rights, including property rights, and the family, would destroy the two chief agents in the advance of mankind, and the two chief reasons why either the advance or the preservation of mankind is worthwhile. We can just as little afford to follow the doctrinaires of an extreme individualism as the doctrinaires of an extreme socialism. The good citizen will demand liberty for himself, and as a matter of pride he will see to it that others receive the liberty which he thus claims as his own. Probably the best test of true love of liberty in any country is the way in which minorities are treated in that country. Not only should there be complete liberty in matters of religion and opinion, but complete liberty for each man to lead his life as he desires, provided only that in so doing he does not wrong his neighbor. In the long run, the most unpleasant truth is a safer companion than a pleasant falsehood. I wish very much that the wrong people could be prevented entirely from breeding. The sons of all of us will pay in the future if we of the present do not do justice in the present. A man's usefulness depends on his living up to his ideals insofar as he can. It is hard to fail, but it is worse never to have tried to succeed. All daring and courage, all iron endurance of misfortune, make for a finer, nobler type of manhood. Only those are fit to live who do not fear to die, and none are fit to die who have shrunk from the joy of life and the duty of life. I believe that this republic will endure for many centuries. If so, there will doubtless be among its presidents Protestants and Catholics, and very probably at some time, Jews. I have consistently tried while president to act in relation to my fellow Americans of Catholic faith as I hope that any future president who happens to be Catholic will act towards his fellow Americans of Protestant faith. Had I followed any other course I should have felt that I was unfit to represent the American people. I am a man who believes with all fervor and intensity in moderate progress. Too often men who believe in moderation believe in it only moderately and tepidly and leave fervor to the extremists of the two sides, the extremists of reaction and the extremists of progress. Washington, Lincoln, are men who, to my mind, stand as the types of what wide, progressive leadership should be. Just as Lincoln got contradictory advice from the extremists of both sides, so now I have to guard myself against the extremists of both sides. The decisions of the courts on economic and social questions depend on their economic and social philosophy. War is not merely justifiable, but imperative upon honorable men, upon an honorable nation, where peace can only be obtained by the sacrifice of conscientious conviction or of national welfare. A just war is in the long run far better for a man's soul than the most prosperous peace. No people ever yet benefited by riches if their prosperity corrupted their virtue. When money comes in at the gate, sport flies out at the window. It is, of course, the merest truism to say a party is of use only so far as it serves the nation. The country's honor must be upheld at home and abroad. We have room but for one language here, and that is the English language, for we intend to see that the crucible turns our people out as Americans of American nationality and not as dwellers in a polyglot boarding house. We here in America hold in our hands the hope of the world, the fate of the coming years, and shame and disgrace will be ours if in our eyes the light of high resolve is dimmed, if we trail in the dust the golden hopes of men. Let us live in the harness, striving mightily. The poorest way to face life is to face it with a sneer. Rhetoric is a poor substitute for action. We must hold the just balance and set ourselves as resolutely against improper corporate influence on the one hand as against demagogy and mob rule on the other. Among the wise and high-minded people who in self-respecting and genuine fashion strive earnestly for peace, there are the foolish fanatics always to be found in such a movement and always discrediting it, the men who form the lunatic fringe in all reform movements. The performance of duty, and not an indulgence in vapid ease and vapid pleasure, is all that makes life worthwhile. It is not only highly desirable but necessary that there should be legislation which shall carefully shield the interests of wage workers, and which shall discriminate in favor of the honest and humane employer by removing the disadvantage under which he stands when compared with unscrupulous competitors who have no conscience and will do right only under fear of punishment. Life is as if you were traveling a ridge crest. You have the gulf of inefficiency on one side and the gulf of wickedness on the other, and it helps not to have avoided one gulf if you fall into the other. The party belongs to the millions of the rank and file. It does not belong to the handful of politicians who have assumed fraudulently to upset the will of the rank and file. The action of these men is in no sense regular, as they claim it to be. Theft and dishonesty cannot give and never shall give a title to regularity. Much of the usefulness of any career must lie in the impress that it makes upon, and the lessons that it teaches to, the generations that come after. Of one man in especial, beyond anyone else, the citizens of a republic should beware, and that is of the man who appeals to them to support him on the ground that he is hostile to other citizens of the republic, that he will secure for those who elect him, in one shape or another, profit at the expense of other citizens of the republic. It makes no difference whether he appeals to class hatred or class interest, to religious or anti-religious prejudice. The man who makes such an appeal should always be presumed to make it for the sake of furthering his own interest. We sincerely and earnestly believe in peace, but if peace and justice conflict, we scorn the man who would not stand for justice though the whole world came in arms against him. Ruin looks us in the face if we judge a man by his position instead of judging him by his conduct in that position. While the nation that has dared to be great, that has had the will and the power to change the destiny of the ages, in the end must die, yet no less surely the nation that has played the part of the weakling must also die. And whereas the nation that has done nothing leaves nothing behind it, the nation that has done a great work really continues, though in changed form, to live forevermore. Unjust war is to be abhorred, but woe to the nation that does not make ready to hold its own in time of need against all who would harm it. And woe thrice over to the nation in which the average man loses the fighting edge, loses the power to serve as a soldier if the day of need should arise. The general tendency towards an 8-hour working day has undoubtedly been healthful, and it is wise for the state to set a good example as an employer of labor, both as to the number of hours of labor exacted and as to paying a just and reasonable wage. From the greatest to the smallest, happiness and usefulness are largely found in the same soul, and the joy of life is won in its deepest and truest sense only by those who have not shirked life's burdens. The dreams of golden glory in the future will not come true unless, high of heart and strong of hand, by our own mighty deeds we make them come true. Great corporations exist only because they are created and safeguarded by our institutions, and it is therefore our right and duty to see that they work in harmony with these institutions. A party should not contain utterly incongruous elements, radically divided on the real issues, and acting together only on false and dead issues insincerely painted as real and vital. It should not in the several states as well as in the nation be prostituted to the service of the baser type of political boss. It should be so composed that there should be a reasonable agreement in the actions taken by it both in the nation and in the several states. Judged by these standards, both of the old parties break down. We face the future with our past and our present as guarantors of our promises, and we are content to stand or to fall by the record which we have made and are making. In every community there are little knots of fantastic extremists who loudly proclaim that they are striving for righteousness, and who, in reality, do their feeble best for unrighteousness. Just as the upright politician should hold in peculiar scorn the man who makes the name of politician a reproach and a shame, so the genuine reformer should realize that the cause he champions is especially jeopardized by the mock reformer who does what he can to make reform a laughingstock among decent men. I don't think any president ever enjoyed himself more than I did. Moreover, I don't think any ex-president ever enjoyed himself more. I'm as strong as a bull moose and you can use me to the limit. Anything that encourages pauperism, anything that relaxes the manly fiber and lowers self-respect, is an unmixed evil. The wolf is the archetype of ravin, the beast of waste and desolation. All for each, and each for all, is a good motto, but only on condition that each works with might and main to so maintain himself as not to be a burden to others. I have already lived and enjoyed as much life as any 9 other men I have known. A typical vice of American politics, the avoidance of saying anything real on real issues, and the announcement of radical policies with much sound and fury, and at the same time with a cautious accompaniment of weasel phrases, each of which sucks the meat out of the preceding statement. The bosses of the Democratic Party and the bosses of the Republican Party alike have a closer grip than ever before on the party machines in the states and in the nation. This crooked control of both the old parties by the beneficiaries of political and business privilege renders it hopeless to expect any far-reaching and fundamental service from either. It is a bad thing for a nation to raise and to admire a false standard of success, and there can be no falser standard than that set by the deification of material well-being in and for itself. To permit every lawless capitalist, every law-defying corporation, to take any action, no matter how iniquitous, in the effort to secure an improper profit and to build up privilege, would be ruinous to the Republic and would mark the abandonment of the effort to secure in the industrial world the spirit of democratic fair dealing. A revolution is sometimes necessary, but if revolutions become habitual, the country in which they take place is going downhill. There is no reason why people should not call themselves cubists, or octagonists, or parallelepipedonists, or knights of the isosceles triangle, or brothers of the cosine, if they so desire, as expressing anything serious and permanent, one term is as fatuous as another. There is no good reason why we should fear the future, but there is every reason why we should face it seriously, neither hiding from ourselves the gravity of the problems before us nor fearing to approach these problems with the unbending, unflinching purpose to solve them aright. Compromise is so often used in a bad sense that it is difficult to remember that properly it merely describes the process of reaching an agreement. Naturally, there are certain subjects on which no man can compromise. For instance, there must be no compromise under any circumstances with official corruption, and of course no man should hesitate to say as much. I have often been afraid, but I would not give in to it. I made myself act as though I was not afraid, and gradually my fear disappeared. Weasel words from mollycoddles will never do when the day demands prophetic clarity from great hearts. Manly men must emerge for this hour of trial. My power vanishes into thin air the instant that my fellow citizens, who are straight and honest, cease to believe that I represent them and fight for what is straight and honest. That is all the strength that I have. The country is the place for children, and if not the country, a city small enough so that one can get out into the country. Every man owes some of his time to the upbuilding of the profession to which he belongs. Alike for the nation and the individual, the one indispensable requisite is character. Black care rarely sits behind the rider whose pace is fast enough. War with evil, but show no spirit of malignity toward the man who may be responsible for the evil. Put it out of his power to do wrong. It is only the warlike power of a civilized people that can give peace to the world. In battle, the only bullets that count are those that hit. We stand at Armageddon and we battle for the Lord. Over sentimentality, over softness, in fact washiness and mushiness are the great dangers of this age and of this people. Unless we keep the barbarian virtues, gaining the civilized ones will be of little avail. A churchless community, a community where men have abandoned and scoffed at or ignored their religious needs, is a community on the rapid downgrade. A true forest is not merely a storehouse full of wood, but, as it were, a factory of wood. You cannot create prosperity by law. Sustain thrift, industry, application, intelligence, are the only things that ever do, or ever will, create prosperity. But you can very easily destroy prosperity by law. If a strong man has not in him the lift toward lofty things, his strength makes him only a curse to himself and his neighbor. The stream will not permanently rise higher than the main source, and the main source of national power and national greatness is found in the average citizenship of the nation. Therefore it behooves us to do our best to see that the standard of the average citizen is kept high, and the average cannot be kept high unless the standard of the leaders is very much higher. The weakling and the coward cannot be saved by honesty alone, but without honesty, the brave and able man is merely a civic wild beast who should be hunted down by every lover of righteousness. No man who is corrupt, no man who condones corruption in others, can possibly do his duty by the community. There can be no life without change, and to be afraid of what is different or unfamiliar is to be afraid of life. Materially, we must strive to secure a broader economic opportunity for all men, so that each shall have a better chance to show the stuff of which he is made. I am rather more apt to read old books than new ones. Profanity is the parlance of the fool. Why curse when there is such a magnificent language with which to discourse? From reading of the people I admired, ranging from the soldiers of Valley Forge and Morgan's riflemen to my Southern forefathers and kinfolk, I felt a great admiration for men who were fearless and who could hold their own in the world, and I had a great desire to be like them. The wise and honorable and Christian thing to do is to treat each black man and each white man, or any person, on his merits as a man, giving him no more and no less than he is worthy to have. We must diligently strive to make our young men decent, God-fearing, law-abiding, honor-loving, justice-doing and also fearless and strong. The President is that invisible force that makes a school of fish suddenly change direction, so that everyone ohs and ahs at the glimmering mass and only later wonders what makes them move in that way. I read somewhere _Harper's _ I'm fairly certain that the fish are only avoiding pockets of extra cold water. The most ultimately righteous of all wars is a war with savages. There is no patent recipe for getting good citizenship. You get it by applying the old rules of decent conduct, the rules in accordance with which decent men have had to shape their lives from the beginning. Fundamental precepts, put forth in the Bible and embodied consciously or unconsciously in the code of morals of every great and successful nation from antiquity to modern times. The nation should be ruled by the 10 Commandments. It is time for us now as a nation to exercise the same reasonable foresight in dealing with our great natural resources that would be shown by any prudent man in conserving and widely using the property which contains the assurance of well-being for himself and his children. In this world, the one thing supremely worth having is the opportunity to do well and worthily a piece of work of vital consequence to the welfare of mankind. When we control business in the public interest, we are also bound to encourage it in the public interest, or it will be a bad thing for everybody and worst of all for those on whose behalf the control is nominally exercised. In other words, character is far more important than intellect to the race as to the individual. We need intellect, and there is no reason why we should not have it together with character. But if we must choose between the two, we choose character without a moment's hesitation. The fortunes amassed through corporate organization are now so large, and vest such power in those that wield them, as to make it a matter of necessity to give to the sovereign, that is, to the government, which represents the people as a whole, some effective power of supervision over their corporate use. In order to ensure a healthy social and industrial life, every big corporation should be held responsible by, and be accountable to, some sovereign strong enough to control its conduct. I always keep my weather eye on the opposition of my 7th house moon to my 1st house Mars. Practical efficiency is common, and lofty idealism not uncommon. It is the combination which is necessary, and the combination is rare. The great virtue of my radicalism lies in the fact that I am perfectly ready, if necessary, to be radical on the conservative side. No triumph of peace is quite so great as the supreme triumphs of war. McKinley shows all the background of a chocolate eclair. Kings and such are just as funny as politicians. With self-discipline, all things are possible. It is not the critic who counts. The true friend of property, the true conservative, is he who insists that property shall be the servant and not the master of the commonwealth, who insists that the creature of man's making shall be the servant and not the master of the man who made it. The citizens of the United States must effectively control the mighty commercial forces which they have called into being. There can be no effective control of corporations while their political activity remains. To put an end to it will be neither a short nor an easy task, but it can be done. Burning fossil fuels is like breaking up the furniture to feed the fireplace because it's easier than going out to the woodpile. Almost every man who has by his life work added to the sum of human achievement of which the race is proud, of which our people are proud, almost every such man has based his life work largely upon the teachings of the Bible. Wild flowers should be enjoyed unplucked ere they grow. We are face to face with our destiny and we must meet it with a high and resolute courage. The Constitution guarantees protection to property, and we must make that promise good. But it does not give the right of suffrage to any corporation. It is necessary that laws should be passed to prohibit the use of corporate funds directly or indirectly for political purposes. It is still more necessary that such laws should be thoroughly enforced. Under government ownership, corruption can flourish just as rankly as under private ownership. Everything is un-American that tends either to government by a plutocracy or government by a mob. To divide along the lines of section or caste or creed is un-American. All privileges based on wealth, and all enmity to honest men merely because they are wealthy, are un-American, both of them equally so. The things that will destroy America are prosperity at any price, peace at any price, safety first instead of duty first, the love of soft living and the get-rich-quick theory of life. The Armenian massacre was the greatest crime of the war. We shall make mistakes, and if we let these mistakes frighten us from our work we shall show ourselves weaklings. Performance should be made square with promise. The Armenian massacre was the greatest crime of the war, and the failure to act against Turkey is to condone it. The failure to deal radically with the Turkish horror means that all talk of guaranteeing the future peace of the world is mischievous nonsense. If a man has a very decided character, has a strongly accentuated career, it is normally the case of course that he makes ardent friends and bitter enemies. I abhor unjust war. I abhor injustice and bullying by the strong at the expense of the weak, whether among nations or individuals. I abhor violence and bloodshed. I believe that war should never be resorted to when, or so long as, it is honorably possible to avoid it. I respect all men and women who from high motives and with sanity and self-respect do all they can to avert war. I advocate preparation for war in order to avert war, and I should never advocate war unless it were the only alternative to dishonor. Poverty is a bitter thing, but it is not as bitter as the existence of restless vacuity in physical, moral, and intellectual flabbiness, to which those doom themselves who elect to spend all their years in that vainest of all vain pursuits, the pursuit of mere pleasure as a sufficient end in itself. If there ever was a pursuit which stultified itself by its very conditions, it is the pursuit of pleasure as the all-sufficing end of life. Happiness cannot come to any man capable of enjoying true happiness unless it comes as the sequel to duty well and honestly done. To do that duty you need to have more than one trait. From the greatest to the smallest, happiness and usefulness are largely found in the same soul. And the joy of life is won in its deepest and truest sense only by those who have not shirked life's burdens. You, the sons of the pioneers, if you are true to your ancestry, must make your lives as worthy as they made theirs. They sought for true success, and therefore they did not seek ease. They knew that success comes only to those who lead the life of endeavor. There are dreadful moments when death comes very near those we love, even if for the time being it passes by. But life is a great adventure, and the worst of all fears is the fear of living. 90% of the work in this country is done by people who don't feel good. It may be that the voice of the people is the voice of God in 51 cases out of 100, but in the remaining 49 it is quite as likely to be the voice of the devil, of, what is still worse, the voice of a fool. By acting as if I was not afraid, I gradually ceased to be afraid. An Airedale can do anything any other dog can do and then whip the other dog if he has to. If a man continually blusters, if he lacks civility, a big stick will not save him from trouble, and neither will speaking softly avail, if back of the softness there does not lie strength, power. The Constitution was made for the people and not the people for the Constitution. Every man owes a part of his time and money to the business or industry in which he is engaged. No man has the moral right to withhold his support from an organization that is striving to improve conditions within his sphere. These international bankers and Rockefeller Standard Oil interests control the majority of newspapers and the columns of these papers to club into submission or drive out of public office officials who refuse to do the bidding of the powerful corrupt cliques which compose the invisible government. The media cannot, month in month out and year in and year out, make the kind of untruthful, of bitter assault that they have made and not expect that brutal, violent natures, or brutal and violent characters, especially when the brutality is accompanied by a not very strong mind, they cannot expect that such natures will be unaffected by it. If I were a factory employee, a workman on the railroads or a wage earner of any sort, I would undoubtedly join the union of my trade. If I disapproved of its policy, I would join in order to fight that policy. If the union leaders were dishonest, I would join in order to put them out. I believe in the union, and I believe that all men who are benefited by the union are morally bound to help to the extent of their power in the common interests advanced by the union. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred with dust and sweat, who strives valiantly, who errs and may fall again and again, because there is no effort without error or shortcoming. Those who advocate total lack of regulation, those who advocate lawlessness in the business world, themselves give the strongest impulse to what I believe would be the deadening movement toward unadulterated state socialism. The labor unions shall have a square deal, and the corporations shall have a square deal, and in addition, all private citizens shall have a square deal. While president, I have been president, emphatically. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know whether you fully understand that I have just been shot, but it takes more than that to kill a bull moose. In the first place, we should insist that if the immigrant who comes here in good faith becomes an American and assimilates himself to us, he shall be treated on an exact equality with everyone else, for it is an outrage to discriminate against any such man because of creed, or birthplace, or origin. But this is predicated upon the man's becoming in very fact an American, and nothing but an American. McKinley has no more backbone than a chocolate eclair. We wish peace, but we wish the peace of justice, the peace of righteousness. We wish it because we think it is right and not because we are afraid. Freemasonry teaches not merely temperance, fortitude, prudence, justice, brotherly love, relief, and truth, but liberty, equality, and fraternity, and it denounces ignorance, superstition, bigotry, lust, tyranny, and despotism. What such a man needs is not courage but nerve control, cool-headedness. This he can get only by practice. A people without children would face a hopeless future. A country without trees is almost as helpless. Avoid the base hypocrisy of condemning in one man what you pass over in silence when committed by another. Honesty first, then courage, then brains, and all are indispensable. Society has no business to permit degenerates to reproduce their kind. In the Grand Canyon, Arizona has a natural wonder which is in kind absolutely unparalleled throughout the rest of the world. I want to ask you to keep this great wonder of nature as it now is. I hope you will not have a building of any kind, not a summer cottage, a hotel, or anything else, to mar the wonderful grandeur, the sublimity, the great loneliness and beauty of the canyon. Leave it as it is. You cannot improve on it. The ages have been at work on it, and man can only mar it. We have room in this country for but one flag, the Stars and Stripes. The very reason why we object to state ownership, that it puts a stop to individual initiative and to the healthy development of personal responsibility, is the reason why we object to an unsupervised, unchecked monopolistic control in private hands. We urge control and supervision by the nation as an antidote to the movement for state socialism. Those who advocate total lack of regulation, those who advocate lawlessness in the business world, themselves give the strongest impulse to what I believe would be the deadening movement toward unadulterated state socialism. There is a delight in the hardy life of the open. There are no words that can tell the hidden spirit of the wilderness, that can reveal its mystery, its melancholy, and its charm. The nation behaves well if it treats the natural resources as assets which it must turn over to the next generation increased, and not impaired in value. Conservation means development as much as it does protection. If an American is to amount to anything, he must rely upon himself, and not upon the state. He must take pride in his own work, instead of sitting idle to envy the luck of others. He must face life with resolute courage, win victory if he can, and accept defeat if he must, without seeking to place on his fellow man a responsibility which is not theirs. Wild beasts and birds are by right not the property merely of the people today, but the property of the unborn generations, whose belongings we have no right to squander. It is both foolish and wicked to teach the average man who is not well off that some wrong or injustice has been done him, and that he should hope for redress elsewhere than in his own industry, honesty, and intelligence. A good shot must necessarily be a good man, since the essence of good marksmanship is self-control, and self-control is the essential quality of a good man. No man is above the law, and no man is below it. Any political movement directed against any body of our fellow citizens because of their religious creed is a grave offense against American principles and American institutions. It is a wicked thing either to support or oppose a man because of the creed he possesses. Such a movement directly contravenes the spirit of the Constitution itself. I believe that there should be a very much heavier progressive tax on very large incomes, a tax which should increase in a very marked fashion for the gigantic incomes. The man who really counts in the world is the doer, not the mere critic, the man who actually does the work, even if roughly and imperfectly, not the man who only talks or writes about how it ought to be done. But this is predicated upon the man's becoming in very fact an American and nothing but an American. If he tries to keep segregated with men of his own origin and separated from the rest of America, then he isn't doing his part as an American. There can be no divided allegiance here. We have room for but one language here, and that is the English language, for we intend to see that the crucible turns our people out as Americans, of American nationality, and not as dwellers in a polyglot boarding house, and we have room for but one sole loyalty, and that is loyalty to the American people. To sit home, read one's favorite paper, and scoff at the misdeeds of the men who do things is easy, but it is markedly ineffective. It is what evil men count upon the good men's doing. The conservation of natural resources is the fundamental problem. Unless we solve that problem, it will avail us little to solve all others. Optimism is a good characteristic, but if carried to an excess, it becomes foolishness. We are prone to speak of the resources of this country as inexhaustible. This is not so. I do not believe there ever was any life more attractive to a vigorous young fellow than life on a cattle ranch in those days. It was a fine, healthy life, too. It taught a man self-reliance, hardihood, and the value of instant decision. I enjoyed the life to the full. Let us speak courteously, deal fairly, and keep ourselves armed and ready. In doing your work in the great world, it is a safe plan to follow a rule I once heard on the football field: don't flinch, don't fall, hit the line hard. I have always said I would not have been president had it not been for my experience in North Dakota. Give a man a soccer ball, he plays for a moment. Teach a man to play soccer, he plays for a lifetime. What a man does for himself, dies with him. What a man does for his community lives long after he's gone. The great man is always the man of mighty effort. We have become great because of the lavish use of our resources. But the time has come to inquire seriously what will happen when our forests are gone, when the coal, the iron, the oil, and the gas are exhausted. Short-sighted men who in their greed and selfishness will, if permitted, rob our country of half its charm by their reckless extermination of all useful and beautiful wild things. There are no words that can tell the hidden spirit of the wilderness, that can reveal its mystery, its melancholy, and its charm. Unless the man is master of his soul, all other kinds of mastery amount to little. It is impossible to win the great prizes of life without running risks, and the greatest of all prizes are those connected with the home. He who makes no mistakes makes no progress. Politeness is a sign of dignity, not subservience. Americanism means the virtues of courage, honor, justice, truth, sincerity, and hardihood, the virtues that made America. Whatever it is, handle it so that your children's children will get the benefit of it. It is not often that a man can make opportunities for himself, but he can put himself in such shape that when or if the opportunities come he is ready. I am a strong individualist by personal habit, inheritance, and conviction, but it is a mere matter of common sense to recognize that the state, the community, the citizens acting together, can do a number of things better than if they were left to individual action. Wide differences of opinion in matters of religious, political, and social belief must exist if conscience and intellect alike are not to be stunted, if there is to be room for healthy growth. When the time of danger comes, all Americans, whatever their social standing, whatever their creed, whatever the training they have received, no matter from what section of the country they have come, stand together as men, as Americans, and are content to face the same fate and do the same duties because fundamentally they all alike have the common purpose to serve the glorious flag of their common country. The teachings of the Bible are so interwoven and entwined with our whole civic and social life that it would be literally impossible for us to figure to ourselves what that life would be if these teachings were removed. Of all the questions which can come before this nation, short of the actual preservation of its existence in a great war, there is none which compares in importance with the great central task of leaving this land even a better land for our descendants than it is for us. It is true of the nation, as of the individual, that the greatest doer must also be a great dreamer. Be practical as well as generous in your ideals. Keep your eyes on the stars, but remember to keep your feet on the ground. We should not forget that it will be just as important to our descendants to be prosperous in their time as it is to us to be prosperous in our time. Let us remember that, as much has been given us, much will be expected from us, and that true homage comes from the heart as well as from the lips, and shows itself in deeds. I do not believe there was ever a life more attractive than life on a cattle farm. Americanism is a question of principle, of idealism, of character. It is not a matter of birthplace, or creed, or line of descent. The lack of power to take joy in outdoor nature is as real a misfortune as the lack of power to take joy in books. The reason fat men are good-natured is they can neither fight nor run. No people on earth have more cause to be thankful than ours, and this is said reverently, in no spirit of boastfulness in our own strength, but with the gratitude to the Giver of good who has blessed us. Every person who invests in well-selected real estate in a growing section of a prosperous community adopts the surest and safest method of becoming independent, for real estate is the basis of wealth. We need the iron qualities that go with true manhood. We need the positive virtues of resolution, of courage, of indomitable will, of power to do without shrinking the rough work that must always be done. And to lose the chance to see frigate birds soaring in circles above the storm, or a file of pelicans winging their way homeward across the crimson afterglow of the sunset, or a myriad terns flashing in the bright light of midday as they hover in a shifting maze above the beach. Why? The loss is like the loss of a gallery of the masterpieces of the artists of old time. There were all kinds of things I was afraid of at first, ranging from grizzly bears to mean horses and gunfighters. But by acting as if I was not afraid, I gradually ceased to be afraid. A good navy is not a provocation to war. It is the surest guarantee of peace. It is better to be faithful than famous. I dream of men who take the next step instead of worrying about the next 1,000 steps. It is an incalculable added pleasure to any one sum of happiness if he or she grows to know, even slightly and imperfectly, how to read and enjoy the wonder book of nature. The farther one gets into the wilderness, the greater is the attraction of its lonely freedom. Conservation means development as much as it does protection. I recognize the right and duty of this generation to develop and use the natural resources of our land, but I do not recognize the right to waste them, or to rob, by wasteful use, the generations that come after us. Our country, we have faith to believe, is only at the beginning of its growth. Unless the forests of the United States can be made ready to meet the vast demands which this growth will inevitably bring, commercial disaster, that means disaster to the whole country, is inevitable. We draw the line against misconduct, not against wealth. The old parties are husks, with no real soul within either, divided on artificial lines, boss-ridden and privilege-controlled, each a jumble of incongruous elements, and neither daring to speak out wisely and fearlessly on what should be said on the vital issues of the day. When I hear of the destruction of a species, I feel just as if all the works of some great writer have perished. We want men who will fix their eyes on the stars, but who will not forget that their feet must walk on the ground. Each one must do his part if we wish to show that the nation is worthy of its good fortune. There is nothing brilliant or outstanding in my record, except perhaps this one thing. I do the things I believe ought to be done. And when I make up my mind to do a thing, I act. There is no effort without error or shortcoming. The American people are slow to wrath, but when their wrath is once kindled it burns like a consuming flame. The man of great wealth owes a peculiar obligation to the state because he derives special advantages from the mere existence of government. It is not the critic who counts, the credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena. Every thinking man, when he thinks, realizes that the teachings of the Bible are so interwoven and intertwined with our whole civic and social life that it would be, literally, I do not mean figuratively, but literally impossible for us to figure what the loss would be if these teachings were removed. We would lose all the standards by which we now judge both public and private morals, all the standards toward which we, with more or less resolution, strive to raise ourselves. It is necessary for the welfare of the nation that men's lives be based on the principles of the Bible. No man, educated or uneducated, can afford to be ignorant of the Bible. I enter a most earnest plea that in our hurried and rather bustling life of today we do not lose the hold that our forefathers had on the Bible. I wish to see the Bible study as much a matter of course in the secular colleges as in the seminary. No educated man can afford to be ignorant of the Bible, and no uneducated man can afford to be ignorant of the Bible. We must all either wear out or rust out, every one of us. My choice is to wear out. Men with the muckrake are often indispensable to the well-being of society, but only if they know when to stop raking the muck, and to look upward to the celestial crown above them. If they gradually grow to feel that the whole world is nothing but muck, their power of usefulness is gone. We wish to control big business so as to secure among other things good wages for the wage workers and reasonable prices for the consumers. Wherever in any business the prosperity of the businessman is obtained by lowering the wages of his workmen and charging an excessive price to the consumers, we wish to interfere and stop such practices. We will not submit to that kind of prosperity any more than we will submit to prosperity obtained by swindling investors or getting unfair advantages over business rivals. Even in ordinary times there are very few of us who do not see the problems of life as through a glass, darkly. And when the glass is clouded by the murk of furious popular passion, the vision of the best and the bravest is dimmed. The wild life of today is not ours to do with as we please. The original stock was given to us in trust for the benefit both of the present and the future. We must render an accounting of this trust to those who come after us. No, I'm not a good shot, but I shoot often. Although not a very old man, I have yet lived a great deal in my life, and I have known sorrow too bitter and joy too keen to allow me to become either cast down or elated for more than a very brief period over any success or defeat. With great victory comes great sacrifice. If given the choice between righteousness and peace, I choose righteousness. Believe you can do it and you are halfway there. Don't foul, don't flinch, hit the line hard. There are many occasions when the highest praise one can receive is the attack of some given scoundrel. Work hard at work worth doing. Every reform movement has a lunatic fringe. To exist as a nation, to prosper as a state, and to live as a people, we must have trees. Only those are fit to live who do not fear to die, and none are fit to die who have shrunk from the joy of life and the duty of life. The nation behaves well if it treats the natural resources as assets which it must turn over to the next generation increased, and not impaired in value. We despise and abhor the bully, the brawler, the oppressor, whether in private or public life, but we despise no less the coward and the voluptuary. No man is worth calling a man who will not fight rather than submit to infamy or see those that are dear to him suffer wrong. Let us show, not merely in great crises, but in every day of life, qualities of practical intelligence, of hardihood and endurance, and above all, the power of devotion to a lofty ideal. Of all forms of tyranny, the least attractive and the most vulgar is the tyranny of mere wealth. Our words must be judged by our deeds, and in striving for a lofty ideal we must use practical methods, and if we cannot attain all at one leap, we must advance towards it step by step, reasonably content so long as we do actually make some progress in the right direction. This country has nothing to fear from the crooked man who fails. We put him in jail. It is the crooked man who succeeds who is a threat to this country. Courage, hard work, self-mastery, and intelligent effort are all essential to successful life. Knowing what's right doesn't mean much unless you do what's right. We Americans have many grave problems to solve, many threatening evils to fight, and many deeds to do, if, as we hope and believe, we have the wisdom, the strength, and the courage and the virtue to do them. But we must face facts as they are. We must neither surrender ourselves to a foolish optimism, nor succumb to a timid and ignoble pessimism. The establishment of the National Park Service is justified by considerations of good administration, of the value of natural beauty as a national asset, and of the effectiveness of outdoor life and recreation in the production of good citizenship. In a civilized and cultivated country, wild animals only continue to exist at all when preserved by sportsmen. The excellent people who protest against all hunting, and consider sportsmen as enemies of wildlife, are ignorant of the fact that in reality the genuine sportsman is by all odds the most important factor in keeping the larger and more valuable wild creatures from total extermination. Let us rather run the risk of wearing out than rusting out. The beauty and charm of the wilderness are his for the asking, for the edges of the wilderness lie close beside the beaten roads of the present travel. So that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who knew neither victory nor defeat. Our chief usefulness to humanity rests on our combining power with high purpose. Power undirected by high purpose spells calamity, and high purpose by itself is utterly useless if the power to put it into effect is lacking. I am an American, free-born and free-bred, where I acknowledge no man as my superior, except for his own worth, or as my inferior, except for his own demerit. Let men express the intense admiration, which I share with all other Americans, of the record made by the Marines. All the resources we need are in the mind. For us is the life of action, of strenuous performance of duty. Let us live in the harness, striving mightily. Let us rather run the risk of wearing out than rusting out. The great corporations which we have grown to speak of rather loosely as trusts are the creatures of the state, and the state not only has the right to control them, but it is duty-bound to control them wherever the need of such control is shown. The credit belongs to those who are actually in the arena, who strive valiantly, who know the great enthusiasms, the great devotions, and spend themselves in a worthy cause, who at best know the triumph of high achievement, and who, at worst, if they fail, fail while daring greatly, so that their place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who know neither victory nor defeat. The chief factor in any man's success or failure must be his own character. Free speech exercised both individually and through a free press is a necessity in any country where people are themselves free. The joy in life is his who has the heart to demand it. If we seek merely swollen, slothful ease and ignoble peace, if we shrink from the hard contests where men must win at the hazard of their lives and at the risk of all they hold dear, then bolder and stronger peoples will pass us by, and will win for themselves the domination of the world. To waste, to destroy our natural resources, to skin and exhaust the land instead of using it so as to increase its usefulness, will result in undermining in the days of our children the very prosperity which we ought by right to hand down to them amplified and developed. For those who fight for it, life has a flavor the sheltered will never know. The highest form of success comes to the man who does not shrink from danger, from hardship, or from bitter toil, and who, out of these, wins the splendid ultimate triumph. You can't choose your potential, but you can choose to fulfill it. The one quality which sets one man apart from another, the key which lifts one to every aspiration while others are caught up in the mire of mediocrity, is not talent, formal education, nor intellectual brightness, it is self-discipline. With self-discipline all things are possible. Without it, even the simplest goal can seem like the impossible dream. Justice consists not in being neutral between right and wrong, but finding out the right and upholding it, wherever found, against the wrong. We stand for a living wage. Wages are subnormal if they fail to provide a living for those who devote their time and energy to industrial occupations. The monetary equivalent of a living wage varies according to local conditions, but must include enough to secure the elements of a normal standard of living, a standard high enough to make morality possible, to provide for education and recreation, to care for immature members of the family, to maintain the family during periods of sickness, and to permit of reasonable saving for old age. No man can be a good citizen unless he has a wage more than sufficient to cover the bare cost of living, and hours of labor short enough so after his day's work is done he will have time and energy to bear his share in the management of the community, to help in carrying the general load. No man should receive $1 unless that dollar has been fairly earned. Make preparations in advance. You never have trouble if you are prepared for it. When I say I believe in a square deal, I do not mean to give every man the best hand. If the cards do not come to any man, or if they do come, and he has not got the power to play them, that is his affair. All I mean is that there shall be no crookedness in the dealing. We will send ships and marines as soon as possible for the protection of American life and property. Criticism is necessary and useful, it is often indispensable, but it can never take the place of action, or be even a poor substitute for it. The function of the mere critic is a very subordinate usefulness. It is the doer of deeds who actually counts in the battle for life, and not the man who looks on and says how the fight ought to be fought, without himself sharing the stress and the danger. Nothing worth having comes easy. No ordinary work done by a man is either as hard or as responsible as the work of a woman who is bringing up a family of small children, for upon her time and strength demands are made not only every hour of the day but often every hour of the night. Nothing in the world is worth having or worth doing unless it means effort, pain, difficulty. I have never in my life envied a human being who led an easy life. I have envied a great many people who led difficult lives and led them well. The death knell of the Republic had rung as soon as the active power became lodged in the hands of those who sought, not to do justice to all citizens, rich and poor alike, but to stand for one special class and for its interests as opposed to the interests of others. The worst lesson that can be taught to a man is to rely upon others and to whine over his sufferings. There is not a man of U.S. who does not at times need a helping hand to be stretched out to him, and then shame upon him who will not stretch out the helping hand to his brother. There can be nothing in the world more beautiful than the Yosemite, the groves of the giant sequoias and redwoods, the canyon of the Colorado, the canyon of the Yellowstone, the Three Tetons, and our people should see to it that they are preserved for their children and their children's children forever, with their majestic beauty all unmarred. Believe you can, and you're halfway there. Here is your country. Cherish these natural wonders, cherish the natural resources, cherish the history and romance as a sacred heritage, for your children and your children's children. Do not let selfish men or greedy interests skin your country of its beauty, its riches, or its romance. Every child has inside him an aching void for excitement, and if we don't fill it with something which is exciting and interesting and good for him, he will fill it with something which is exciting and interesting and which isn't good for him. Comparison is the thief of joy. The only man who makes no mistakes is the man who never does anything. Do not be afraid to make mistakes providing you do not make the same one twice. There is no room in this country for hyphenated Americanism. The one absolutely certain way of bringing this nation to ruin, of preventing all possibility of its continuing to be a nation at all, would be to permit it to become a tangle of squabbling nationalities. There are good men and bad men of all nationalities, creeds and colors, and if this world of ours is ever to become what we hope someday it may become, it must be by the general recognition that the man's heart and soul, the man's worth and actions, determine his standing. With self-discipline most anything is possible. It is no use to preach to children if you do not act decently yourself. We cannot afford to differ on the question of honesty if we expect our republic permanently to endure. Honesty is not so much a credit as an absolute prerequisite to efficient service to the public. Unless a man is honest, we have no right to keep him in public life. It matters not how brilliant his capacity. We demand that big business give the people a square deal. In return we must insist that when anyone engaged in big business honestly endeavors to do right he shall himself be given a square deal. Do something now. If not you, who? If not here, where? If not now, when? I never won anything without hard labor and the exercise of my best judgment. Most of us tiptoe through life in order to make it safely to death. It is always better to be an original than an imitation. Your attitude about who you are and what you have is a very little thing that makes a very big difference. The great body of our citizens shoot less as time goes on. We should encourage rifle practice among schoolboys, and indeed among all classes, as well as in the military services by every means in our power. Thus, and not otherwise, may we be able to assist in preserving peace in the world. The first step, in the direction of preparation to avert war if possible, and to be fit for war if it should come, is to teach men to shoot. The mother is the one supreme asset of national life. She is more important by far than the successful statesman, or businessman, or artist, or scientist. Nothing worth having was ever achieved without effort. Conservation and rural life policies are really two sides of the same policy, and down at the bottom this policy rests upon the fundamental law that neither man nor nation can prosper unless, in dealing with the present, thought is steadily given for the future. We are consuming our forests 3 times faster than they are being reproduced. Some of the richest timber lands of this continent have already been destroyed, and not replaced, and other vast areas are on the verge of destruction. Yet forests, unlike mines, can be so handled as to yield the best results of use, without exhaustion, just like grain fields. Get action. Do things, be sane. Don't fritter away your time. Create, act, take a place wherever you are and be somebody. Get action. Patriotism means to stand by the country. It does not mean to stand by the president or any other public official, save exactly to the degree in which he himself stands by the country. It is patriotic to support him insofar as he efficiently serves the country. It is unpatriotic not to oppose him to the exact extent that by inefficiency or otherwise he fails in his duty to stand by the country. In either event, it is unpatriotic not to tell the truth, whether about the president or anyone else. No greater wrong can ever be done than to put a good man at the mercy of a bad, while telling him not to defend himself or his fellows. In no way can the success of evil be made surer or quicker. The wildlife and its habitat cannot speak, so we must and we will. It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who at best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly. Complaining about a problem without posing a solution is called whining. Our government, national and state, must be freed from the sinister influence or control of special interests. Exactly as the special interests of cotton and slavery threatened our political integrity before the Civil War, so now the great special business interests too often control and corrupt the men and methods of government for their own profit. We must drive the special interests out of politics. The Americans of other blood must remember that the man who in good faith and without reservations gives up another country for this must in return receive exactly the same rights, not merely legal, but social and spiritual, that other Americans proudly possess. We of the United States belong to a new and separate nationality. We are all Americans and nothing else, and each, without regard to his birthplace, creed, or national origin, is entitled to exactly the same rights as all other Americans. This country will not be a good place for any of us to live in unless we make it a good place for all of us to live in. If we lose the virile, manly qualities, and sink into a nation of mere hucksters, putting gain over national honor, and subordinating everything to mere ease of life, then we shall indeed reach a condition worse than that of the ancient civilizations in the years of their decay. There can be no divided allegiance here. Any man who says he is an American, but something else also, isn't an American at all. We have room for but one flag, the American flag. We have room for but one language here, and that is the English language, and we have room for but one sole loyalty, and that is a loyalty to the American people. The man who makes no mistakes does not usually make anything. Aggressive fighting for the right is the greatest sport in the world. The men with the muckrake are often indispensable to the well-being of society, but only if they know when to stop raking the muck. The men and women who have the right ideals are those who have the courage to strive for the happiness which comes only with labor and effort and self-sacrifice, and those whose joy in life springs in part from power of work and sense of duty.